has carried out another round of airstrikes on Iran. President Trump says more will follow if Tehran doesn't quickly sign a deal to end the war. Secretary of War Hegseth says Iran has been playing games with the U.S. He says that stops now.
As President Trump said, they've been tapping. You can see when someone's trying to tap on a deal. Instead, they're going to have tap bombs dropping on key facilities in Iran from the United States of America.
And that has happened with the U.S. missiles raining down on multiple military-related sites. Get more from the BBC's Thomas Morgan.
The U.S. say that they've concluded their attacks, but we understand that the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, have responded by attacking U.S. bases in Kuwait and Bahrain, describing it as punishment for the attacks early in the evening. The U.S. Central Command said the strikes were due to the unwarranted and continued aggression shown by Iran. I think we're in this constant state of back and forth, really, not only in terms of who shoots first, but also a war of words, especially on social media.
And on social media, President Trump says that Iran has been playing us for suckers. Parts of the Midwest pounded by powerful storms, disrupting flights the other day at Chicago airports, knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of utility customers. The Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast experiencing sweltering conditions accompanied by strong thunderstorms. What a comeback, a record rebound. The New York Knicks came roaring back from 29 points down, moving to the brink of their first championship since 1973, beating the San Antonio Spurs 107-106, Game 4 of the NBA Finals, Game 5, Saturday night in San Antonio. On Wall Street, Dow futures up 402 points. The Nasdaq futures ahead 332. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 844-41-BIBLE. That's 844-41-BIBLE. 844-41-BIBLE.
China is becoming a bigger player in the global car and truck market.
China is reporting that its passenger car exports jumped 73% in May, and that exports of pure electric vehicles and plug-in hybrids more than doubled. Surging sales show that higher gasoline and diesel prices due to the war in Iran are driving stronger interest in EVs. While China's auto exports are surging, domestic passenger car sales fell more than 23%. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
The mayor of a southern Philippine town devastated by this week's earthquake is pleading for Air Force helicopters to transport food to stave off hunger in places that are cut off by landslides. The Monday quake has left 47 people dead, 31 others are still missing, 45,000 people displaced. The mayor says 10 villages remain isolated, mostly due to landslides. News and analysis at townhall.com. AI could be coming to a wallet near you soon.
Visa is embedding its payment network into ChatGPT, allowing the chatbot to shop and complete transactions for users. It enables ChatGPT to make purchases at any merchant accepting Visa. OpenAI will provide the technology for decision-making and purchasing. Visa ensures the secure transactions. Concerns, though, do include potential unauthorized purchases, but Visa plans to implement very strong safeguards. Jason Walker reporting.
Anthropic joining calls for the AI industry to find ways to cushion people from AI's disruptions to the nation's workforce. The company announcing a $200 million investment to research AI's impact on the economy. More on these stories, townhall.com.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of DC GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
West Virginia Sports Nation gives you a top-of-the-mountain view of the Mountaineers sports landscape. See what's happening in all the sports, far beyond football, basketball, and baseball. Gymnastics, track and field, rowing, swimming and diving, golf, volleyball, tennis. More sports, more stories. If the Mountaineers play the game, WVSportsNation.com has it covered. Up-to-date and insightful articles written by Mountaineers for Mountaineers Nation. WVSportsNation.com. WVSportsNation.com. WVSportsNation.com.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to HealthyCell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's HealthyCell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Well, happy Thursday morning, folks. Friday Eve. We're almost there. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobb. Good time for a look at weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in the capital of the South, Richmond, Virginia. Going to be hot. Going to be hot just about everywhere today. High of 96. Low tonight of 73 with a possible storm. Right now the temperature is 71 in the River City. Squirrels 7-2 winners over Hartford last night. They will face off again beginning at 7:05 p.m. today. In the nation's capital, the high will also be 96 degrees. A low of 72. Looking like storms tonight as well for D.C. Right now the temperature in Washington, D.C. is 73 degrees. The Giants overpowered the Nats yesterday 11-10. Nats off today. Well, Atlanta, rare losing streak for you. The White Sox Top G again at Barack Obama's favorite ballpark, Kaminsky. That's not really the name, folks. 2-1. They'll play again tonight beginning at 7:40. A high in Atlanta today of 91. Only 91? Jeez. Low of 71. Right now the temperature is 75 degrees in Georgia. Nashville, you're looking at a high of 95 today, a low of 76. Right now the temperature is 75. Philadelphia, well, you ended the series with the Jays with a win, 7-4 in Canada. High today in the city of brotherly love of 95, a low of 75 with storms. In the meantime, the temperature right now is 72 degrees. Morgantown, again, the countdown to Omaha continues. A high today in the meantime of 87, a low of 69. Right now the temperature is 74 degrees in, by God, West Virginia. Pittsburgh, you're looking at a high today of 86, a low of 72. Right now the temperature is 71. And Mega Maids no more. The Buccos topped Ohtani and the Dodgers yesterday, 9-8. They will face off in the rubber match tonight at 6:40. The Knicks squeak by the Spurs in New York last night, 107-106, leaving the Knickerbockers now just one win away from their first NBA title since Spiro Agnew was vice president in 1973. Stanley Cup Final Game 5 tonight in Carolina. And the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes have reworked the QB's deal with the team, tying him to KC through 2033 and bringing the total value of his contract to more than $500 million. In related news, I found a nickel under my seat this morning in my car and felt very excited about it. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been your Gorilla of Truth, your deplorable of the Oracles, Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the one, the only, Godzilla of Truth, Oracle of the Deplorables, John Fredericks on the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Axios reports that Minnesota Democrats expect a good number of door knockers and volunteer activists this election season because they used the gift of Operation Metro Surge as a recruitment database gathering operation of their own. The story cites how Minnesota Democrat Party Chairman Richard Karlbaum says that their party trained 10,000 residents to be professional rioters, constitutional observers during this winter's 10-week immigration crackdown, and that 60,000 more supposedly were trained by other groups. Wow. And now they're going to be retrained. The chair says, quote, "We're going to have the largest get out the vote program in the history of our state," and that they've got September, October levels of volunteers out knocking on doors already. Obligatorily, the story also mentioned a statement by the Minnesota GOP chair saying they've got a surge in volunteers also after the Charlie Kirk assassination and Minnesota Democrat representatives not showing up for work for the first month of this year's legislative session. But thinking outside the box, the Democrats are surely being trained to knock on doors to get commitments for ballots. Republican campaign volunteers, if there really are any actually out there knocking on doors, are probably still being trained that it's enough to hand someone a brochure and then get out of there and down the street before the person starts asking questions about the Republican candidates' stances on issues, inflation, the war with Iran, Trump's plummeting popularity numbers, and why should we support Minnesota Republicans when they keep losing? Well, here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next-level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, It's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out. Because it matters.
We're better than we are. We're not good enough. We shouldn't even be thinking about beating this 49ers. We shouldn't be talking about it because the Saints ain't good enough. And you guys shouldn't write about us being a playoff team and all that bullshit. That's malarkey. We ain't good enough to beat those guys, and it was proven out there today. It's that simple. We're not good enough yet. We got a long way to go. We got a lot of work to do. We're close, and close don't mean... And you can put that on TV for me. I'm tired of coming close, and we're going to work our off till we ain't close anymore. And it may take some time. We're going to get it done. We aren't in there. We aren't good enough. They're better than us. Black and white, simple fact. Could have, would have, should have is the difference of what I'm talking about. The good teams don't come in and say could have. They get it done. All right? It's that simple. I'm tired of saying could have, should have, would have. That's why we ain't good enough yet. Because we're saying could have and they ain't.
Well, welcome to the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps. Thanks for being with us today. Nothing like starting your day off with Coach Herman Edwards saying, it's about winning. We're here to win, and that's what we're doing today. Winning every day. You're on the best network in America. You want the truth and clarity. You want to keep it right here. I can't give you nonsense. All I can give you is the truth. Well, the West Virginia Mountaineer baseball team, the Omaneers, are off to Omaha. They're there now. Brian Statler, one of our beat writers and part of the WV, the Torch sales team. Well, he's on an airplane right now going out there. He's going to be covered. Ann and I going next week. Obviously, we've got our big event on Tuesday, so we can't go there. But we already booked our flights. We're going there for the finals because I am convinced that the West Virginia Mountaineers are going to get in the finals. By the way, if you're a Mountaineer fan or you're just a baseball fan or you want to know about college baseball, don't forget we're going to have a pregame show, which is going to be Friday at 12:30 before the 2 o'clock Mountaineers game. And then we'll have a postgame show about 10 minutes after it. So you can tune us in. That'll only be heard in West Virginia, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia. So if you want to hear that on the radio, because it'll be on all of our streaming devices, but if you want to hear that on the radio, you just want to go to wvthetorch.com if you're not in the area. But it'll be playing in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and West Virginia. And so we welcome everybody with us today. And I mean, I'm not the only guy here that's optimistic. Everybody else is down in the dumps. You know, their heads are in their heads are in their chest. Their chins are in their chest. Their heads are. I mean, everybody. What is wrong with everybody? Why am I the only guy that's optimistic? Why am I the only guy that knows for a fact that we're going to win the midterms and Plattner's not going to get crushed by Susan Collins and they're not going to win the Senate? Why am I the only guy that believes this? You know, Trump yesterday said gas is going to go down to $1.85. I think he's right. It's going to go down to $1.80, right? Everybody is focused on the wrong thing. We're all focused on gas now, this now, that now. Inflation went up. Of course it's going to go up. Of course, inflation is going to go up when you're in the middle of a war. Why are we in this war? So Israel can't get annihilated, and they can't get and Iran can't get a nuke. It's as simple as that. I don't know why this is so complicated. This has got to be the simplest explanation to a war that I've ever seen. Iran made no sense. I'm sorry, Iraq made no sense. Iraq 2 made no sense to me. I didn't like Afghanistan. That made no sense to me, other than getting those terrorists out of there. You know, 30-year war, 20 years, whatever that was, that made no sense. None of this stuff made sense to me. I'm not sure Vietnam made sense as I look back on it. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Court's out, right? Obviously, Korea did because, half of Korea is free because of us. But this war makes absolute sense. They're getting a nuclear bomb. We can't allow it. We can't allow them to terrorize the globe. Nobody else did a damn thing about it but President Trump. Now, look, I'm going to play a montage on Fox News, and I want you to find this for me. That's in the rundown, Dan. I don't have it handy. But it's a montage by Fox News talking about all of the times that Trump said that they were close to negotiation. And they're basically mocking him and saying, it's a lot of nonsense. Well, you don't know that. I'm not going to call the president a liar. I don't know how close he was. He didn't get the deal. He didn't get the deal he wanted. So he didn't have a deal. And he's continuing to negotiate. He's not a warmonger. He's a warmonger now. He promised no wars. Blah, 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 blah. Well, look what the guy's tried to do to have no wars. Look what he's tried to do to negotiate a peace. So all he tries to do is negotiate a peace. He doesn't do anything else but that. Now we got to retaliate because they shot down a helicopter. Luckily, our servicemen are alive and well. But you got to retaliate. Everybody's now getting fed up. Now he's to the point where if they just went in there and annihilated them, nobody cares now. Because they've dorked us around. They've lied to us. We don't know who we're negotiating with. And so why don't we just go in there and end the thing? That's where my thinking now is, and that's evolved as well. So all of this hand-wringing and naysayers and, we're losing the young people and we're losing this and we're losing the women and all the women are going to vote for Plattner even though allegedly he's beating them up. This is all garbage. This is the fake news shoving this up your butt on a daily basis. That's all they do. They hate America. They hate the president. They hate our republic. I mean, look at them going on the news saying, I'm not going to celebrate 250. I just don't feel like there's anything to celebrate here. We're the leader of the free world. We have given people so much hope and opportunity in this world. We've uplifted so many people. We've given you freedom of religion, freedom to choose, freedom of love, freedom of whatever you want. We've given you rugged individualism. This country has provided so much for so many. And you're not going to celebrate it because, we stole it from indigenous peoples. Just shut up. These libtards are just insufferable. You don't want to celebrate it, libtard, don't. Guess what? Nobody cares. No one cares. We're caring less and less because they're looking more and more ridiculous. Like the people that march around D.C. now, free D.C. I laugh when I see it. And it's all, you know who it is? Old white women from Northern Virginia. That's all it is. Old white women from Northern Virginia. That's who's got the shirts on. Now, where are you coming from? Free D.C. Free from what? Low crime, no carjackings, cleanliness, beauty, no garbage, no tents, no needles, no drugs, no people crapping in the middle of the sidewalk and walking away where you have to step in it. Health hazard, no hazmat suits. What are you freeing us from? This is the imbeciles that we deal with on a daily basis. These people are deranged. They don't represent a majority. Mondami is not a majority. We're the majority. And we're going to come out in massive numbers and we're going to reelect the majority of Republicans and carry both houses. I had a call from somebody yesterday telling me Pam Evans going to lose. Maybe she's going to lose. I don't think so. I mean, in the runoff, not obviously it's a Republican state. Graham got over 50% of the vote. Look, Trump gives you your endorsement. He lost one race, and that was Randy Feenstra in Iowa. And we told you when we were there, whenever Chris Saxman and I went, that everybody was telling me he didn't work. We told you that on the air for 2 weeks. Came on my show at the end, but everybody said he didn't work. Well, you don't work, you don't win. We're going to win the Iowa governorship. Look, you're going to get the fake news libtards going in overdrive, telling you about all these candidates that are going to win. Sherrod Brown's going to win. In Ohio, he's not going to win. Plattner's going to win. He's not going to win. None of these people win. They're not going to pick up a seat. The only seat they got a shot at picking up at is North Carolina. That's it, and that's 50-50. They'll probably lose that. Other than that, We got seats to pick up like Georgia. We got an outside shot. No doubt. We got a shot in Michigan with Mike Rogers. We could pick 2 seats up. I mean, this is just the malarkey you're getting is nonsensical on a daily basis. And so I'm here to tell you the truth and clarity. Uplift you, get a spring in your step, go out there and fight, have fun, enjoy your life, enjoy our 250. Love it, revel in it. Tell your kids about it. Come to Washington. Please come to our city. It's the greatest city in the world. Now, it's beautiful. When you drive in, let's say you drive in. Your jaw's going to drop. You go over that Memorial Bridge, you're going to be, wow, where am I? Disneyland? Yeah, maybe. Disneyland of the Northeast. You're going to be like, oh, this is gorgeous. It's so beautiful. It's so clean. It's so crisp. Look at the reflecting pool. Look at the fountains. They're all so gorgeous and clean. There's no algae. The water is clear. Look at all this. How gorgeous is this? There's no tents. There's no needles. There's no panhandlers. What is happening? Well, there's a National Guard, and be sure if you see them, go up to them and thank them, like I do every single time I see them, almost on a daily basis. Don't care where I am or where I'm going. If I don't have 5 minutes to thank every National Guards member, then why the hell am I here? I'm busy. Yeah, we're all busy. I got a train to catch. Yeah, we all got something to catch. We got to catch a bus. We all got something to do. I'll miss the bus and get the next one to thank my National Guard members. See some guy out there in the orange suit, DC, picking up trash? Go over there and thank them. It's their job. They take pride in it. I love this city and what Trump has done. So come here. Ride the metro, clean, beautiful, safe. Don't be taking Uber. Go down to the metro, ride it. Figure it out. Get a little app. It's fun. It's clean. Don't worry about it. Beautiful. You want to come in here by train? No problemo. Union Station, it's like a palace now. When you went in there, when Biden was there, it stunk. It smelled of urine. There's pot. People lying on the floor with blankets. Nobody did anything. Now, you take your train to Union Station in Washington, D.C. You get off the train. It smells great. People are bustling. Every floor is clean. The bathrooms are gorgeous. You can eat off the floor. Come to our city because it's gorgeous. You want to fly here? No problem. You want to go to Dulles? Fine. Cheaper? Good. Get to Dulles. Take the Silver Line right into downtown. Don't take a cab. Don't rent a car. It's like ridiculous. Oh, it's a waste of money and you can't park it and who cares? And if you go over 25 miles an hour, you got to pay $100. So don't even bother with that. Take the Silver Line, boom, come right into downtown. Come to Capitol, come to White House, come to Monuments, right? Right from Dulles, the Silver Line. You go to Reagan, nope, don't rent a car, don't get a cab. I love cabs, but don't. Just got your bags, right? Walk right across the street, go up the escalator. There's a little thing there. It says Metro, boom, 765 stops. You're right downtown. Right anywhere you want to go. All clean, all safe. Reagan Airport, beautiful. Dulles, getting better. So they got some construction going on there, but it's nice. You want to fly in the BWI? Your problem, not mine, but then you take the MARC. Trains go right there. You don't need a car. All you need is love. It's going to be the summer of, hey, this is the real summer of love. Hey, this is the name of this rant, Dan. The real summer of love in Washington, D.C. I just came up with that. This is the real summer of love, not Seattle, where they took over blocks and the child got killed. No, this is the real summer of love in Washington, D.C. We got the fight coming up on Sunday. We've got all kinds of parties coming up. We got celebrations coming up. July 4th is coming up. We're only what? June 11th. 19 plus 4, right? 19 plus 4, 23 days. Our big celebration is going to be gorgeous. Come, right? Well, hotels are too expensive. Okay, I get it. You can stay in Northern Virginia and take the metro in every day if that's more economical for you. All kinds of things to do. And there's a lot of hotels here, and they're not all $300 a night. They're not bad. But before you book one, call me. That's all I ask. Some are a little seedy. So just kind of vet it with me. Send me a text, email. You got my, what was it, Dan? 878-256-9062. You can text me there, 878-256-9062. Before you book one of these hotels, for like $102, like call me, right? Otherwise, it might be like, not in the best area of town. And don't stay anywhere where the Washington Times is. That's a horrible area. I mean, it's safe, but you just don't want to stay there. That's where the hookers come out and knock on your door at midnight. Not a good idea. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Summer of Love in Washington, D.C. We've got a lot of guests coming up today. We got Johnny Boy on line 1 in New Jersey. He's going to be coming up soon. We got your calls. This is your network. This is why you tune me in every day. To call, talk, vent. You're upset, vent. You want to send me a text? Johnny, I don't want to call him at work. No problemo. 878-256-9062. I'll read them on the air. 878-256-9062. DC Dispatch, 9 o'clock. We got a new camera thing going, Danny. Where do you see this thing that Ryan set up? We got 2 cameras going. We got, then we got 2 people coming in remotely. You're going to have a 6-box. Dan, can we do a six box?
Let's try.
I love your attitude. See, this is why I love Habgood. This is why it fits the company. Don't tell me what you can't do. Tell me what we can do and figure it out. That's the John Fredericks Media Network way. We figure stuff out. Just like you figured out Omaha. Just figure it out and get it done. We'll be right back.
With gratitude and keep an attitude of gratitude throughout the day. I offer you my recipe for having a great day and a joyful life. First, start each day being grateful that the Lord has given you another day to serve Him. Roll yourself out of bed, get on your knees, and say a morning prayer of thanksgiving. Ask the Lord to help you throughout the day to do whatever His will is for you. Next, thank God for the little things that make your day better. I thank Him immensely for my morning coffee and for my legs that allow me to take a morning walk. I pray for those who cannot walk because of age, injury, or disability. Throughout the rest of the day, I am grateful for the people God has placed in my life. I thank Him for those who love me, and I pray especially for those who do not love me. Find ways in your day to thank God continually and offer prayers for all those the good Lord has placed in your daily path. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
When you're learning something new, experience matters. At Lifestyles Unlimited, we've spent over 30 years teaching people how real estate investing works and how to build income with a clear, step-by-step strategy. Our program is designed to help you learn what to do, why it works, and how to take action at your own pace. Join today for just $297, a 60% savings off the regular price. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's a common sense recap of the big stories.
This meeting with China and President Trump, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Listen, China's not our friend. They've been stealing our technology. They've been stealing the AI, responsible for the COVID. We have to be very, very careful about giving stuff to China.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
It's the top news of the day.
China wants the oil from Iran.
They want to make a deal that's good for them and not piss us off too much.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got him. DC Dispatch, 9 o'clock. Don't want to miss that. We got some candidates coming on, and we're rocking and rolling. Great to have you with us. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. Don't be shy. We want to hear from you. You can also text us at 878-256-9062. It's one of our many phones here. 878-256-9062. And don't be shy about that either. We want to hear from you. This is your show. This is a community. And we're going to get to John here in a minute. Let's get a couple things here, though. Let's go to cut one, where we've got Keith Kellogg, retired general, saying on a run that we've reached a point where we're just going to have to say we're done with these guys and drop the payloads. Roll it, one.
Here with reaction, here with analysis, former special envoy to Ukraine and Russia, retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. Well, we kind of knew this day was coming. I think I said to you the last time you were on that I know the president well, his patience will run thin, and here we are. Now the question is, will they quickly take the Qataris' reported advice, sign the deal that's been offered, or are they going to get obliterated?
Yeah, Sean, thanks for having me. Look, I think the president's had the patience of Job. He's really done a wonderful job in keeping the patience and extending the negotiations. I think we've reached a point where we're just going to say we're done with these guys. And politically, we say stop the negotiations. Have our team come home, say, our phone number, give us a call. Economically, and I've said this repeatedly, you take things like Rock Island, which is the command and control facility in the Strait. You take the island of Karg Island, which is their economic lifeline. So you've got the economic piece. You tell the rest of the world you're not going to get any oil because we now control the oil. We're not the oil barons. We've talked about it politically. We've talked about it economically, the negotiations economically. Is Karg Island and militarily. I mean, the Secretary of War and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs have got this one really well, down very well. And every time they stick their head up, just keep pounding them. I would reach a point right now, Sean, of saying we're just done with you guys. We're going to go in. We're going to finish the job. Having a protracted war is not the American way of war. It's a war we've been conditioned to in the last few decades where we've done things in Afghanistan or Iraq. We ought to go back to the way we did it in like World War II or World War I, and we just finish the job, total war, obliterate them, and say, when you need to come to the table and you want to talk to us, you got our phone number, but until then we're done. Because right now we're playing their game, not our game. Let's play our game and force them to come to us.
Yeah, I tend to think you're right, and I tend to think it's going to end very quickly. I do believe that people don't understand the Trump doctrine. He does not believe in forever wars. He's been patient. I don't fault him for being patient or trying for peace for the people in Iran, 90 million people. I don't fault him for that. But the moment of truth has come. At some point, you have to assume they're playing you, right?
Right, and I think they are. They're playing their game
that's
plan
good.
right
We get
now.
the gist
You
of it
can't
here.
trust
We
them.
get the gist
They're
of it,
going to.
man. Basically, they're playing a game, and it's time to empty the payloads as soon as that. Now, here's Fox News. Let's get to this is cut 7, basically kind of mocking Trump in doing a montage of all the times that he said that this war was about to end, and it hasn't. So let's run that. Cut 7. Take a listen.
To their advantage and that they can hold out.
You know, a lot of military experts that we talk to think that it's long past time for the United States to go back to full-scale war against Iran, saying 9 weeks ago we had Iran on the ropes. And ever since then, President Trump has been talking about this elusive deal. I mean, listen to what he said over the weeks here.
I think we're 2 or 3 weeks. We'll leave.
I view it as very close to over. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
It's looking very good that we're going to make a deal with Iran. It could happen any day. I believe they want the deal more than I do.
Iran is dying to make a deal.
We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal. Could be in 2 or 3 days.
We're really close to a deal.
That's 9 weeks of we're close to a deal. I mean, at some point, you've got to acknowledge it's not happening.
Yeah, and John, you begin to wonder sometimes that the president isn't speaking to 2 entirely separate audiences here. He dealing with the Iranians and telling the American public and consumers and owners of stocks that we're close to a deal in the hope perhaps that will calm the petroleum markets. At the same time, of course, he says that we're ready to attack at any time and that they dare not fool with us. So I think it's a bit of a mystery here as to exactly where we are. Yeah. But certainly it is the case that our generals and some external experts, Jack Keane among them, who contribute so much to us, believe that there was a lot of unfinished business at the time we went into this ceasefire, and that it's time we go ahead and finish that business and see where we are once that's done.
All right, well, we'll see what happens for the rest of the evening, but it seems as though it's just defensive or self-defensive retaliatory strikes going on right now. We'll see if a
I think it's time to stop the negotiation. Take the islands, bomb the bejesus out of them, and be done with it. And I'm sorry people have to die. We've given them every opportunity. I'm done. I mean, I've evolved here during this war with you on the air. I've evolved. I keep an open mind. That's why you tune me in. I've evolved on Israel. I'm done with them. I've evolved on Iran. I'm done with them. I'm done trying to negotiate. I'm just done. I'm done with Israel. Don't care what happens. Let them figure their own world out. I don't want to be part of it anymore. They stabbed us in the back. I don't want to be associated now. Let them do what they got to do. I want out. This is not Israel first. This is America first. And we have given the President Trump, like Kellogg said, has had the patience of Job. He's given Iran every opportunity to avoid this conflict, and they simply are not going to do it. So now you have to just annihilate them. And I'm sorry that people will die, and the Iranian government doesn't care about them. Not my problem now. We've given them every opportunity. Now we got to end this thing. Militarily, we have the greatest military in the world. We spent all this money. We spent billions and billions and billions building it up. Now use it. Use it. And wipe them out. And whether they come to the table or not, it's not going to matter when you take over the straits and they have no army. They have no ships. They have no bombs. They have no mines. They have nothing. Just take it over. I think the American people are ready for this, and I think they respect it. This is not a forever war. This is you annihilate them, you open up the straits, you take their oil. Have a nice life. This is not a forever war. This is now we gave them every opportunity. I can't believe the patience the president has had. I would have had it, neither would the majority of people on this show now. Well, we shouldn't have been there in the first place. Well, you know what? If they deployed a nuclear weapon in the Middle East and millions of people were dead, well, you would have changed your tune. And if they somehow got it where it could hit a U.S. base. So, come on, man, stop. Okay, this is not a war of choice. Nobody wanted to do this. Okay? But I tell you what, lots going on. You probably wonder why I never get sick. The Wellness Company. You know what? How many times have I allowed you to hear me talk about this?
I know I'm just being facetious now. But I got my contagion kit. I got my 2 medical emergency kits. I got one on the bus. I felt a little sick the other day, right? Coming back from wherever I was, Morgantown, opened up my contagion kit, looked it up, took what was in there. Now, I have this subscription where I can go to my online doctor, which is Kelly Victory. So, of course, I texted her. I don't need a FaceTime because I'm like, hey, here's what's happening. Here's what the guidebook says. Here's what I'm going to take. Is this right? She texts me back, yes, ASAP. Follow the directions, ASAP, which I did. Now I'm fine. Why suffer? Why be sick? Why spend money? Why be out? Why be on your back? Why be uncomfortable? Why? There's no reason for it with your contagion kit and your medical emergency kit. Either one will work for you. Now, all you got to do, this is so easy. TWC.health/Godzilla. TWC.health/Godzilla. Boom. You get it right there. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Now, you have to engage with a doctor because these are prescription medications. You have to engage with a doctor. Be sure that everything in here, you'll have no side effects or there's no reason you shouldn't have it. You have to do that. Once you do that, they send it to you. It takes about 5 days. Boom, you got it. And then you're good to go. TWC.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. If you don't put in promo code Godzilla, you're not going to get the 10% off. Like Saxman, didn't put it in, didn't get the 10% off. Then he had to go back. I had to get him hooked up with my account rep to give him the 10% refund. Why do that when all you got to do is put in Godzilla? That's all you got to do, right? And you're good to go. TWC.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. You've been putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. Don't put it off anymore. Do it. There are all kinds of things going out there and viruses and stuff, and people are getting sick. You don't want to be sick in the summer. It's crazy. Get your contagion kit now or your medical emergency kit. You're good to go. All right, let's get the phone lines. We've got plenty of calls coming in. Let's get to line 1, John in Jersey. Hi, John.
Hey, Johnny. How you doing, pal?
Good.
How
Hey,
are you,
John,
my friend?
Wait, John. I want to thank you and Michelle for your donation yesterday, maxing out to me. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that, especially for our big event on the 16th. And I also appreciate your very nice email you wrote me. Thank you.
Yeah, John, listen, for the service you provide this nation and what you're doing, it's the least I could do. I mean, what you're doing for this movement is it's beyond words. Anyway, a couple of things. First off, I'm as optimistic as it gets. I think things are hitting on every cylinder. But when it comes to the Iran war, Trump already went down that road and said the bombing was the easy part. He did everything humanly possible he could to avoid what's coming. He gave them every opportunity. Listen, there comes a point where enough's enough, and I think we're at that point. And I think it's justified now. If you back away, and the only person I watch his truths about this war, because basically that's the only place you're really ever getting any kind of a semblance of the truth here. You have the warmongers trying to push him. You have the Democrats saying he's a warmonger. I mean, it's just all nonsense. What I do know, though, okay, is you just never bet against this guy. Financially, politically, mentally. I mean, he's a winner, and he knows what he's doing. He's seeing things we're not seeing. I mean, think about it yesterday. What does he announce? That they've been taking and nobody's talking about this because it's gigantic. This entire time he's been pulling oil out of there in the cover of night. I haven't heard that anywhere because it's genius. That's basically how he's kept the markets down. He said, I thought oil was going to go to $250 a barrel. I couldn't say it, but now I'm saying it now. We've been pulling millions and millions and millions of barrels of oil out of there. That's America first. Trump is completely and totally America first. And in terms of optimism, I mean, we are hitting on all cylinders. And I don't see what you're seeing at all in terms of the negative. The only thing is people may be a little moany about the prices, but they're not even mentioning that. I mean, we're seeing accountability. We're seeing, I mean, across the board. I'm loving it. I think we are going to blow out the Democrats in the midterms. The only stain right now on the Republican Party, and I believe it'll eventually be addressed, is John Thune. He's an embarrassment.
Yep.
He's a complete and total embarrassment, not just to the Republican Party, to the nation. We are, and I have to believe Trump and the team around him. I mean, these are some of the smartest guys in the world. They know this, and maybe I'm hoping they're going to time it perfectly, where they just begin to unload on this guy. If we can just get honest, fair elections, me and you will never see another Democrat in our lifetime. And everything trickles down from that. So that should be the sole focus, is just honest, fair elections, because then from there, everything else trickles down. But you never bet against Trump. I mean, look at financially, you never bet against him. I'm making a fortune with this guy. So, I mean, it's just, that's where I stand on it. And I've never been as optimistic about this country as right now. Since 2016, I never felt this good. So that's where I stand.
Love it, John. Love it. I agree with you 100%. Everything you said, lockstep, spot on. Optimism, bet on Trump. You know, what he did, sneaking this oil out, he just leaked that. He's been sneaking it out in the middle of the night. That's why, you know, gas prices haven't gone up to $5 and everything else. So, and now they're down, like I said, you know, they're coming down. But once this thing ends, they're going to be $1.80. I mean, he's absolutely right. I got a clip on that coming up a little bit, but you nailed it. And also, you're right. The one stain on America is John Thune. He is the stain, and he has to go. Johnny, thank you. I really appreciate you, John. Thank you. And thank you for the donation. Very nice of you. And Michelle, thank her as well, your wife. Okay, let's get to Dave in Arizona, where it is 3:52 a.m. in the morning. Dave, why are you up in the middle of the night?
It's not the middle of the night. It's the beginning of the morning, sir. And it's a blessed morning because I get the top side of the sheet. It's all good. So
I love that attitude.
I wanted to remind you.
I love that attitude, man. I mean, I get up at 3:45. So you got to be up. I mean, it's 3:52 out there now. So, but I love that attitude. You're up at the top of the morning. I love that.
Yeah, I was awake at 3:25 and I haven't set an alarm since 1989.
Why do you get up so early?
Yeah, my body just wakes up after 4 hours of sleep. It's all good.
What time you
so
go to bed?
Before I get on my topic,
you only get 4 hours of sleep a night?
Yeah. I was involved in a pretty severe auto accident in 1989, and as part of my recovery, I had to wear a Dynasplint at night to stretch out my tendons and ligaments in my right arm, my throwing arm, to be able to get full range of motion. So it was pretty painful, and I did that for over a year, and my sleep pattern was just permanently disrupted. So it's all good though.
Are you
very
recovered
blessed
now? Are you recovered?
Yes, sir. Yeah. I've actually lost the use of my right arm 3 times. Once in that fatal accident, I was a passenger in a vehicle, and they ended up having to shoot adrenaline in my heart to bring me back on the scene, then flew me to Erie, PA. I spent 6 weeks on a backboard with a halo on, and then a year in recovery, learning how to do stuff left-handed. And then fighting through 3 surgeries and getting the use of my right arm back. Then I went back to Penn State after taking a year off for a medical exemption, and everything's been good. Yeah, very blessed.
How'd you end up in Arizona?
I had vacationed here 3 times, all in the winter from Northwest PA, where we used to get 14 inches of snow overnight. And then one summer, I just loaded up my Subaru station wagon and drove 2,225 miles and ended up in Phoenix. No job, didn't know what it sold, didn't have a place to stay. But you know what? You're only 24 once. So why not? Why not take a chance when you're young, right?
Damn right, Dave, man. Damn right. You've overcome a lot. How old are you, Dave?
Sir, yes, sir. Currently 56, sir.
Damn. So you've been there 21. All right. It's good to get to know you. Very interested in that. And glad you're better. But 4 hours of sleep a night is not good. It's not healthy. You need to get sleep. And maybe try REM sleep from Healthy Cell. You might check that out. 20% off. Put in promo code Godzilla, because I do the same thing. I mean, I get up several times a night. I drink a lot of water at night because I have the CPAP and it dries me out. But you got to get sleep. That's how your body rejuvenates. Anyway, I've eaten all your time up, but you got about 5 minutes. So go ahead. Tell me about why you called.
Well, I want to talk about running through the tape. But first of all, I wanted to remind you, you and I met in Dallas, and I was the one that came up and thanked you because you fully removed the scales from my eyes on October 22nd, 2019. That was the first day of War Room on your network. So I was a country club conservative. I was a Blue Blazer conservative. I'd send money to the RNC and just assume everything was going to be right. Right after listening to Admiral Bannon during impeachment, because I was honestly in 2016, I was not a President Trump fan. I pushed for John Kasich, who I thought was a fiscal conservative from Ohio. I was from Pennsylvania. Back in the 2015, 2016, he fully disguised who he was, because we now all see very clearly through Lord Jesus Christ's discernment who he is. But so I started following Admiral Bannon and questioned the impeachment because I studied the Constitution. Constitutional law was one of my favorite classes in high school and college. So I wanted to thank you again for that. And that's how we met in CPAC. When I called last week, you said you didn't remember me. I was the one that came up to you at your bus at a break while you were doing your show and just thanked you for helping me see the light and get really involved in this movement now.
This was CPAC in
so
Dallas.
Thank you again, sir.
This was CPAC in Dallas.
Sir, yes, sir.
Where I was on,
Yeah,
where I was doing my show right in front of the bus.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay, now
yes, sir.
I remember.
Yep.
Now I remember.
Yeah. And we've spoken a few times on the show. Not a ton, but going back a few years. So I thank you again for the opportunity. I appreciate it, sir. So my point is, I love you and the first callers. Was it John, the first caller?
John from
your
Georgia.
Unbridled enthusiasm and the fact that we're gonna do well in the midterms. I thought that as well in 2020. And don't get me wrong, 2020 being stolen from we the people, our voices and our votes, was divine providence. This is something I share with Admiral Bannon all the time. It was a godsend that President Trump and his team spent 4 years in the wilderness, right? Because now he's on hyperdrive. We're not getting any help through the courts. We're not getting any help through the legislature. But President Trump is focused, and that's a good thing. So I think what we need to do is we need to run through the tape, RT3, run through the tape. And we do that by presuming we're 30 points down. I love your unbridled enthusiasm, but midterms are enthusiasm elections. You're going to get your 4x4 voters. You're not going to get new voters coming over. I think that's silly to pretend that. 20% of our side is going to vote in a midterm or in a primary election. So that means 11% will carry the day. So the scary thought is 1 out of 9 voters that are registered Republicans are going to decide what happens in the primaries as we go into the general in the midterms in November. So again, treat every person that you meet as a potential voter and make sure you touch base with all your reliable 4x4 voters, and we got to swamp the vote again. Thank you, Mr. Fredericks. I appreciate you, Godzilla.
Dave, do you have a family?
I have 2 grown daughters, 21 and 26, that have renounced their family ties to me. That was in Christmas of 2022, and 2 years ago, my mom decided she didn't want to talk to me either because I voted for the wrong person.
Well, we love you, Dave. And kids
have
come
a blessed
around.
day.
Your kids will come. Your kids will come around, dude. You know, God's got a plan for you, Dave. That's why you're here. God's got a plan. Dave, Arizona, thank you. Who else we got on? We got Tim and Hopewell coming up. We got, Anthony in Florida. We'll be right back. Keep it right here on the John Fredericks Media Network.
To end hostilities with the U.S. The president says an agreement has been fleshed out, but Iran is foot-dragging, playing us for suckers, is how Mr. Trump puts it. His bottom line remains the same. Iran must never get a nuclear weapon. And true to his word, the president ordered more strikes on Iranian military targets.
President Trump foreshadowed it Wednesday, telling reporters in the Oval Office,
"We're going to be attacking them very hard."
A few hours later, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth telling reporters at Central Command headquarters in Tampa, Florida,
CENTCOM, Central Command, will be busy tonight.
A few hours later, U.S. Central Command said it had completed its latest round of airstrikes just before the sun rose Thursday in Iran, targeting military surveillance, communications, and air defense sites. It did not elaborate on the damage done. Iran retaliated with strikes targeting Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan, all of which host U.S. troops. I'm Ben Thomas.
The Iran conflict has driven energy prices higher. However, the president assures us that prices will plunge once the war has been settled. There have been flight disruptions and widespread power outages amid violent weather across parts of the Midwest. Storms moved into the Chicago area yesterday afternoon, downing trees and damaging buildings. A dramatic come-from-behind victory for the New York Knicks, Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Coming back from a 29-point deficit, they beat the San Antonio Spurs 107-106, moving the Knicks closer to their first NBA championship title since 1973. Game 5 in San Antonio on Saturday. Watching Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures 378 points higher. NASDAQ futures are up 349 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
A South Korean e-commerce giant fined a record $410 million for a massive data breach.
Coupang is synonymous with online shopping in South Korea. Also known as Korea's Amazon.com, shoppers can order groceries, food deliveries, and even stream English Premier League games on the company's apps. Although the country is no stranger to user data leaks, the scale of the latest hack had shocked the public. More than 37 million people were exposed in a country of 51 million people. The regulators have found that the company also collected 11 million users' data from other websites without permission. The investigators have said they believe a former employee is responsible for the hack.
The BBC's Jay Kwan. Not a reincarnation of the Troubles, but there is trouble afresh in Northern Ireland. A second night of violence over a stabbing in Belfast. Sudanese man allegedly stabbed Stephen Ogilvie, leaving him partially blind. Townhall.com. Republicans are getting an edge up in Florida.
The Florida Supreme Court has allowed the use of a new U.S. House map drawn by Republicans in the midterm elections. The court declined a request to issue a temporary injunction against the map. Attorneys representing voters argued that the new districts violate a state constitutional ban on political gerrymandering. Republicans currently hold 20 of the state's 28 U.S. House seats. The new voting districts could improve the GOP chances to win 4 additional seats in November. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
When Elon Musk's rocket company SpaceX makes its debut in the American stock market, it wants smaller-pocketed mom-and-pop investors play a big role in what could be the biggest IPO in history. SpaceX steering some of its initial public offering of stock directly to what are called retail investors. More on these stories, townhall.com.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
A groundbreaking new study shows that there is a safe and inexpensive potential cancer treatment, and it's a drug that many of us already know about, ivermectin. This new study shows that individuals who took ivermectin, the parasite-fighting medication that gained fame during the COVID pandemic, along with the drug mebendazole, saw remarkable results in their battles with cancer. These incredibly promising results have many Americans wondering where they can obtain U.S.-made ivermectin and mebendazole. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company is making 100% American-made ivermectin and mebendazole available at an incredibly affordable price point. Say no to Big Pharma's greed and no to Big Pharma's poisons, and say yes to a company that you can trust to bring you safe, affordable, and effective treatments. If you or someone you love is interested in trying ivermectin and mebendazole, then I urge you to go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use the promo code Godzilla to save 10%.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man with whom you can talk about playoffs, John Fredericks.
Well, good to have you here in the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America. That's right, we can talk playoffs here. Hey, don't forget my big victory party coming up, June 16th. That's going to be Tuesday. All you got to do is go to makedcgreat.com. Hey, Killer Carl, thank you in the chat there for asking people to donate to me. I really appreciate that. That's very nice of you, Carl. Carl also is a supporter of ours, as is Elaine Parker, who's coming up. Anthony, haven't seen his donation. Anthony, come on, man. What's up? Just because the Buffalo Sabres got beat and the Tampa teams got beat and the Miami team got beat and they're all out of the hockey playoffs doesn't mean you can't donate to my campaign, Anthony. Just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com, and you can donate there. We got a big, I can't wait to our event on the 16th. We're going to be rocking and rolling. Keep that up for a second. We got Corey Lewandowski. We got Congressman Morgan Griffith. We've got U.S. Treasurer Brandon Beach all going to be there. Joe's going to be there. I talked him into it. He's coming. Of course, Ann's going to be there, and my campaign manager and treasurer and political director, Christina Goodlander, will be there. So we're going to have so much fun. You're going to be so many people. Guess what? Tickets are only $50. If you can't go, just donate a ticket. We'll give it to one of the young Republicans. And plenty of food, great food, open bar, City Tavern, iconic place. And we got to get things going. I am fired up for change. Change is coming, baby. Somebody's got to do it. Like my wife Ann always says, if not us, who? If not now, when? If not us, who? You take that attitude, man, it changes your life. And that's why I'm so optimistic about the midterms. And I think we're gonna end this war. We're gonna bomb the crap out of them. Now I've changed my position on that. I changed my position on Israel. You got to be able to adapt to the changing environment. We've been able to do that. DC Dispatch at 9. So we're fired up. And so don't forget, just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com, and you can give me a donation there. Max donation, $200 in DC. It's called the Income Protection Act. You can't raise enough money to ever win. It's just unbelievable what they do here. And then they have this match where, I mean, they've already doled out like, what is it, like $3.5–4 million in taxpayer funds for this match. I wasn't going to do that. I mean, I don't know enough people here. You got to get like 100 DC donors, and they would have changed it to 25,000. I mean, it's ridiculous, but they're doing it for mayor and stuff of that nature. So we just got to get a toehold here. We just got to get a foothold, right? We just got to land on the beach, and you just land on the beach, and then you got a beachhead, and you go from there, right? If not us, who? If not now, when? I love that saying that my wife has. Her other favorite saying is, get it done now, get it done today, get it done, execute with excellence, and then we'll fight later. She said that again last night to me. We were discussing something, let me put it that way. She's like, look, just get this baseball thing done, and then we'll fight over the weekend after your post-game show. I'll give you an appointment to fight with me. But right now, get this stuff done. All right, let's get the phone calls. Got Elaine Parker coming up. And what do we got? Tim in Hopewell, Virginia. Tim, you're live. Go.
Hey, John, how are you this morning?
Never better, Tim.
Good. I called you a week and a half ago. I told you about the mail-in ballots, and it's getting ready to come full circle. It's the Watson versus RNC case, and I think it's going to drop this either today or tomorrow. And now they finally picked up on it, and they're starting to panic, especially since Trump wants to use the Postal Service to kind of regulate and stop those mail-in ballots. It's coming full circle. The post office is run by the federal government. Therefore, it takes it out of the state's hands. So now people are in a tizzy about that, but the Supreme Court's already made comments. A couple of justices have made the comments that FedEx, Postal Service, third-party carriers, they're not considered elections officials in regard to handling ballots. And they've also said that once you submit a mail-in ballot, there's no recourse. I'm telling you, this thing's coming full circle, and I can tell you, if it does play like I think it does, Democrats will lose, even with the redistricting.
So you're saying that you said last week that the Supreme Court ruling could make mail-in ballots unconstitutional. Is that was your position last week? Do you actually still believe that?
Correct, because the crux of the argument is they said Congress set Election Day as one day. And the Supreme Court justice is saying, well, wait a minute, mail-in ballots being postmarked, counted, and accepted after Election Day is in direct conflict with Congress. And that's going to be the crux. They may not make it completely unconstitutional, but I guarantee you that they're going to make it unconstitutional to count them after Election Day.
So, Tim, I just want to understand this. So you'll still have mail-in ballots, but the Supreme Court will rule that no mail-in ballot, Tim, and stay on the line, no mail-in ballot can be counted if it comes in after Election Day. Is that what we're seeing here, Tim?
You are correct. I've studied the case. I've gone back. I've read it. I've read the oral arguments. I've looked at this thing from one end to the other. And if they push the envelope with mail-in ballots and they say it's a states' rights issue, well, then they've already made the second argument. So when it gets to them, there's a possibility they can make them completely unconstitutional.
Interesting. Now, look, we'll see what happens. And thank you. That's why I get the best callers in America. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. And you know what's interesting, Tim? And then I'll get to Anthony, and then I got Elaine on. You know what's interesting, Tim? So I'm in D.C., and of course, we're mailed a ballot without doing anything. It just automatically comes in the mail, which is very convenient. I mean, I kind of like it because I don't have to do anything. And of course, my name was on the ballot. So, me and Ann and Joe got to vote for me. So that was kind of fun, right? Checking in our thing, taking a picture of it, sending it to our daughter, sending it to his sister, all that stuff. But you know what's interesting? So I mailed that in 2 weeks ago, maybe 2.5. It was like I mailed in a day after I got it. It was about 2 weeks ago. Well, the election is Tuesday, and there was a special election for members of at-large council that even as a Republican, we were eligible to vote in. So I didn't know anything about the candidates, so I called somebody up, and I'm like, hey, who should I vote for? Because I hadn't really studied it. And the person was like, this one's a libtard, this one's a super libtard, this one's a communist. So vote for the libtard that's not a communist. I said, okay. So that's what we voted for, and we ranked the second one that's not the communist. And the second one, seemed okay, but I didn't know much about it. So last night, I get a mailer from who I didn't vote for. I get a mailer, and I read the mailer, and it was really good. And then I went to her website, and I'm like, hey, this person is reasonable. She has reasonable positions. She's not nuts. But I couldn't vote for her because I'd already mailed it in. So they mailed me a piece. It was interesting, but my ballot was already cast. So if you don't get these mailers out before you mail the ballot in, it's garbage. I threw it in the garbage. So, I mean, that's one of the issues with campaigns is, we send our mailers out. Christina Goodlander timed them so they hit the first 3 days that the mail-in ballots hit. And now we understand there's early voting, but if you've already mailed in your ballot, what good is it? You already voted. Anyway, Tim, I hope you're right. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Tim in Virginia. Anthony in the Sunshine State. Anthony, you're live.
Good morning, John.
Hey,
I'm real sorry, bro. I know everybody's all optimistic, and everybody is filled with sunshine and happiness and stuff. But
that's right.
Unfortunately, I guess I got to be the one guy that goes the opposite direction.
Okay.
Because I got a big family, in military family background. I deal with a lot of people, a lot of politics. I deal with a lot of people and things and activism and stuff like that for MAGA, for our side. And I get hammered when I say, hey, everything is, we're winning. Everything is rosy. Look, man, look at all this. And I get screamed at, and I got to tell you, those of us that do the fighting and dying for this nation, we're not in a good place right now. Not too happy. And I know, we should shut up and just be happy and rosy, but I'm just stymied. Where, you've got we've got a president, we've got the Congress, we've got the House, we've got your buddy Susan Collins and those other three obstructionists and Thune. And I seen them on a conference yesterday. Like, hey, the president might call you into question and things like that. Yeah, he might do that. Like, there's no fear. When Trump won, when he came in the second time, he was like a wrecking ball. And they were like, man, look out. He's got an agenda. We're going to move forward. Let's go. Now, there's no fear. The Congress, there's no fear. They're doing what they want. They're not listening to the people. Thune is a piece of crap. And Trump should, get rid of he is the leader. Why is he not doing more? Why is he spending all this time over in Israel instead of here on domestic issues? I am a small business owner, by the way, so I have to take care of family, fuel costs. I spend about $20,000 a week, and I get about $4,000 in between for myself to distribute. So I'm sorry. I'm just sorry, dude. It looks at it. I'm not seeing it. Just not seeing it. I'm tired of hearing about Israel every day. I want to hear. I run the roads. I see the potholes. I don't live in D.C. Good up to you. You live in D.C. You live in good. You've been where I'm at. But I'm trudging every day, sun up to sundown, not seeing it, not feeling the taxes, the big beautiful whatever, not seeing it. Sorry, dude. It's been a year. Give them a couple of months and it'll be fine. Give it a couple of months, it'll be fine. Give it a year. Not seeing it. I want to be optimistic. I want to love it, man. I really do. But when he gets those, the public hates the Senate worse than the fake media press. We hate them. Hate them. And I just want what I voted for. Every time I say, hey, the left is playing clips of Trump saying, no new wars. We're not going to start any wars. No new wars. And then they do the comparison. I feel like an idiot. I'm sorry. I don't want to. I don't know, man. I'm just really sorry. I'm not trying to down you. I'm not trying to whine, but I'm out here working, and there's us little guys way at the bottom. The hundreds of thousands of us, the little MAGAs, the guys, the clickbaiters and things like that. Well, before we were clickbaiters, we were voters. We were all on the same side, and
Anthony, I'm in the same boat. Anthony, I'm in the same boat as you. I mean, I get up at 3:45 every day. I get home at 6 o'clock when I don't travel. When I don't travel,
right?
Okay, when I don't go out of town and then have to travel and lug all this crap around, right? And we don't make a lot of money. And I'm running for office in order to change things. So look, I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
So both of us own small businesses. I'm sorry the one big, beautiful bill hasn't helped you. It certainly helped us. And I think it's helping the economy. We'll get to Elaine in a minute. But look, I mean, you have a right. I have this saying, perception is reality. Your perception and what you're living is your reality. And I'm sorry that you feel the way you do. I understand it. I grasp it. And I'm sorry for that. Maybe in a month you'll call, things will be different. I don't know. But I understand your frustration. And I agree with you on Thune. I think the president should say, hey, you just need to get out of the leadership role. I'm for, I don't know, pick somebody, Rick Scott. Just say it. To have the guy out of it.
And get rid of the parliamentarian. What is a parliament
thing? He protects the traditional status quo of nothing. And I think it was an earlier caller who said the stain on MAGA is John Thune. I think that was John in Jersey. He said he's the one stain. And he's now becoming the most hated guy in MAGA. And look, forget Susan Collins. Okay, the alternative is the communist Nazi. I mean, stop. Okay, stop. Wait, she's out there baking cookies for her grandkids, and that guy's doing God knows what. I mean, stop. Okay?
No.
Come on, man. I mean, give her a break. You're in Maine. Like Harris carried it by 12 points. It's a joke. So maybe she wins. I believe she can. She's a vote for us. No, nobody's going to be perfect. She's not your leader. Thune is the problem, not Collins. Collins is Collins. And I'd vote for her in a heartbeat. And I do a bus tour for her if she asks me. Probably will not, because she's afraid of the MAGA people. So they got their own campaign going, but it is what it is. But I agree with you on Thune, and I'm sorry you feel so pessimistic, but your perception is your reality. I can't change that. I'm sorry. But I do appreciate the call, and I do appreciate the opportunity to share how you feel with our audience. And I'd also appreciate a donation to my campaign, because I know you like change, and I'm your guy. And all you got to do is go to makedcgreat.com, and you can donate to my campaign there, and good things will happen to you. Come on, man. Talk is cheap. Donate to my I want to see your donation come up. $50. I just want to see it. Then I'll be like, okay, Anthony, Anthony's in. All right, Anthony, thank you. Thanks for being with us. Call me anytime. We'll put your call up on YouTube for all the world to see. Okay, how much time I have here? Ooh, 7:26. Time flies when you're having fun with Anthony. Joining me now, Elaine Parker. Elaine, thank you for your patience. And Elaine is the chief. She's got so many titles: president, CEO of some part of it, communications VP. But she's one of the principals of the Job Creators Network. Go to joinjcn.com, joinjcn.com. And she also is a donor to my campaign and a supporter. Thank you, Elaine, for that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, John. Thanks for having me.
Oh, by the way, you look great today. I know that's an everyday occurrence. So, Elaine, jobs report comes out. I mean, unbelievable again, right? Doubled what the naysayers thought. 170 jobs. These are all real jobs. They're private sector jobs. They're small business jobs. They're not government jobs. Government's going backwards. We're losing people. They're not illegal immigrant jobs. They're U.S. jobs. Blew it out again. I mean, the jobs numbers here, incredible. Again, second month in a row. Now, inflation's up, but it's up because we have this war. Give us your assessment, Elaine Parker, of the economy.
Yeah, I was listening to your previous caller who said he was a small business owner, and those are the headwinds on the inflation talking. But when you do look at what's happening overall, yes, jobs numbers on Friday blew away expectations. The sub-headline there, John, is also the revisions. Previous jobs were revised up. Let me repeat that, up by 93,000 jobs. We spent 4 years under the Biden administration hearing big headline numbers on jobs numbers. And then what happened every month? They were revised down. These jobs numbers are going up. And the reason why they're going up is because it is optimism coming through. It doesn't mean people aren't worried. We heard that worry from the previous caller. And that is due in part because of those high energy prices. It does affect things. It is hurting people's sort of reality and what they're seeing in their current world. But when you look at sort of the broader economy, things are going well. We've got business investment up by 10% over last year. I know you had SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler on, and she talked about the incredible numbers we're seeing in small business creation. In 2025 alone, 85,000 small businesses took about $15 billion in small business loans. Just in April alone, we saw 500,000 small businesses created. Those are not pessimistic data points to look at. Those are optimistic data points to look at. And the reason why is because the fundamentals are there in terms of the tax cuts. Yes, from the big beautiful bill last summer, we are seeing small business investment as a result of that. The deregulation that we've seen from the Trump administration, again, even more aggressive than what we saw in the first administration. We've had 129 regulations for every regulation implemented. opposite of what we saw in the Biden administration. We see the drill baby drill strategy. Imagine how high gas prices would be right now if President Trump hadn't made the country energy independent. Remember, we're still a net exporter of oil. We are drilling our own oil and exporting it and selling it to other countries. If we were in the position that we were in under the Biden administration, that administration took us to being energy dependent, and we were buying energy and oil from countries that didn't like us very much. So the position that we're in is a strong position to be able to weather what we're dealing with right now. But we've got to get the conflict resolved, because people are hurting as a result of those high gas prices. And it will hurt the midterm elections if we do not see those gas prices come down around $3 a gallon by the time the midterms come.
Well, I think they're going to get way under $3 because this thing can't go on forever. And you know what President Trump said yesterday was very interesting. He said, we didn't know this. They've been sneaking millions of barrels of oil through the straits in the middle of the night, and no one knew this. We were wondering why gas prices are coming down a little bit. Everybody thought it was because we were depleting our strategic reserve. Now we know the real reason that we're getting it through. We're doing all the right things. Elaine, stay with us. We got Dan Ochsner coming up. I want to get your take on some other things. I know we were a little short on time. Plus, Elaine loves to take your calls. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. You got a phone that dials out. You got to call in. This is a community. If you don't tell me what you're thinking, well, I don't know. So call us up. 888-480-JOHN. Dan loves to take your calls. Elaine can't wait to take them. Ochsner coming up. All right here on the John Fredericks Media Network, live in Washington, D.C.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. We sometimes hear newly married couples discuss their future life as a family. Often this leads to discussions on the number of children they are planning to have. Typically, the number of children ranges from none to 2 or 3. Family life can be planned thanks to birth control and abortion. But the reality is that God has a birth control plan already established for those who love Him and trust in Him. We are called to live a life of chastity according to our state in life. If you are called to a married life, being open to life according to God's plan is a great gift and probably the greatest challenge in today's modern world. It starts by selecting a spouse who puts God and family first. Then, trust in God's birth control plan where parents are open to life and provide a sanctuary of faith for their family. Allow God, the author of life, to plan your family. I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
Run! It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Great to have you back on the John Fredericks Media Network. We got Elaine Parker. We've got Dan Oxner coming up. Big things going on in Minnesota. We'll talk about that. Get Elaine involved. Plus your calls, 888-480-JOHN. This segment brought to you by the Vapor Technology Association and Big Dog, my friend. Look, a lot of us smoked a long time. My cigarettes are not on my desk. I must have moved them, right? Very panicky when they're not here. I don't open them, but if things go south, I got my American Spirit Blue right here, just in case. But how to get off them? I smoked a pack and a half a day, vaping, baby. Not the best thing in the world, some people say, but I tell you what, it's better than smoking a pack and a half a day. Elaine can attest to that. Not good. But that's why I'm such a supporter of vaping. There's so many small businesses, Elaine. The vaping small business, so many people opened up vape shops all over the country. It is like Main Street Central. And a lot of people like to go there and get the different flavored vapes and whatever. And they're all independent businesses. And you know what? Big Tobacco's trying to shut them down, put them out of business, and take our choice away. I want to have a choice. If I feel like vaping, I want to have the choice to vape. But Big Tobacco and the cancer sticks, they say, they put the little thing on the cigarette. But, you just buy them, open it, and smoke them, and they get lung cancer. It's no good. So a lot of people need vaping to go from cigarettes to doing nothing, or they just vape for a while like I did. So I believe in the Vapor Technology Association. I believe in Vapors Vote. And look, President Trump promised that he was going to protect vapors because Big Tobacco gives all their money in Richmond, all the libtards, right? And they all come up with their limos and they're trying to get rid of the vaping industry so people go back to smoking. And it's paying $10 a pack, which like a carton is like $120. Who's got that? I don't. So couldn't do it anyway. Now, there's a lot of politics surrounding the small business industry. The Biden administration, they were determined to eliminate vaping. And over the last 4 years under Biden, before Trump, these small businesses have battled overreaching regulation and a consistent stream of product bans. Their mission is to keep these products out of the hands of people. That's why I'm such a big supporter of the vaping organization and so many small businesses. More information, go to vaportechnology.org. That's vaportechnology.org, and help save all these jobs, all these small businesses, and the vaping industry, and help save your choice. Thank you. And we thank the Vapor Technology Association for helping me go from a pack and a half a day. Imagine that pack and a half a day. That'll be $15 a day now. Like when I was smoking, it was not that much. It'll be $15 a day. The hell's got that? $120 for a carton? What, are you crazy? Plus taxes on top of that. It's like $130. Like I go broke smoking. I do have the pack though, in case things go south. Elaine, good to have you back. Let's bring in Oxman, Dan Oxter. He never smoked like me. Elaine never smoked. She's like Mrs. Runaround, jogger, marathon health lady. So she never smoked. Did you ever smoke, Ox?
No, not a smoker.
Elaine, did you ever smoke?
I did in high school. I was one of the cool kids in high school, right?
A long
I thought I
time
was
ago.
cool.
Did you smoke as an adult?
No.
I smoked a pack and a half a day for years. That's bad. Sometimes 2 packs.
I agree with you, John. I don't choose to smoke. I don't choose to vape. But if you decide that that's something you want to do, then, free market, free will, right?
Exactly.
Right.
All right, Dan, we got a lot of different things going on here. I'm Mr. Optimist. I think we're going to win the midterms. I mean, I think what Trump did was getting us oil through the straits at night, which we just found out was brilliant. Now he's bombing the crap out of them. So I changed my position, Dan. I'm tired of Israel. I'm tired of negotiation. I just want to end this thing, and I'm sick of Israel. I'm now part of the sick of Israel group. So I've done a 180 after they gummed up the president's negotiation by bombing Lebanon, and Trump chewed him out on that phone call. I'm sick of Israel. Dan, tell me I'm wrong.
Oof. Well, that's you're free to feel that way. I'm kind of this whole conflict, if you will. I've sort of taken Israel out of the equation. I know people kind of hyper focus on Israel quite a bit. And I know, do you hate Netanyahu? Do you like him? I've got listeners that just think he's a criminal and they hate his guts. Other people think he's like a great leader and a real statesman. That he's pulling the strings on Trump. Those of us who know Trump know that's not the case. Whatever the deal is, we, the United States of America, and really the rest of the world have interests in keeping Iran nuclear free, as much as or more than Israel does. It's the world's fight as much as it is Israel's. So whatever Israel is doing to do this, forgive me for being maybe a little bit naive. I do live in flyover country here, insulated from the rest of the country here in the central part of the nation. But I think this is our fight more than Israel's. Israel can do what they want. I think Iran might even be using Israel's strikes as an excuse to keep stringing us along all this time. So, I mean, maybe I'll be like you, John, tomorrow, and I'll hyper focus on Israel. But I'm really not. I'm kind of taking Israel out of the equation here. This is our fight, and we need to win it.
Elaine, what is your position now on Iran? What do you think the president should do?
John, if I were a foreign policy expert, I would be happy to answer your question. Look, I'm not for wars. I like that we could always say that President Trump was for no new wars. I think that this was something that, maybe he was forced into doing because of the situation, when they're told across the table that they're weeks away from having a nuclear bomb. You can't give a crazy person a weapon that can kill millions and millions of people. And it's particularly if they can reach our land. I wouldn't want that to happen. So, I'll leave the speculating to the experts here. I kind of agree with what Dan said. I don't hyper focus on Israel's part here because I want to make sure that we are never in danger of being hit by something coming from Iran.
Dan, give us an update on what's going on in Minnesota.
Yeah, really. Can I have all of next hour?
Yes.
It really is frustrating what's going on in Minnesota after the political conventions right now. What you're saying about being optimistic about the midterms, and John, you and I both know that the ox has been kind of, walking you in off the ledge over the past winter. The summer of love is going to be great when gas prices go down, inflation's in check. I don't know if that's actually happening now. I'm less optimistic maybe than I was before because I'm less optimistic about Minnesota's chances. We have great candidates. And we have unbelievable fraud. I mean, right now you've got our Congressman Emmer, the majority whip, and other Minnesota congressmen calling for the governor and the attorney general to immediately resign in a big release yesterday. Evidence now that we're finding out that, they knew about the fraud. Absolutely. Hundreds of millions of your taxpayer dollars going out. They knew about it. They should resign immediately. And yet we're still seeing the Democrat, gubernatorial candidate, Senator Amy Klobuchar, still leading in popularity. People think she's a juggernaut. Every time I go to a Republican fundraiser or get together, which I was at last night, the candidates get up and claim that Amy Klobuchar is beatable. She's not a juggernaut, which I agree with. But do we have the Republican fortitude to go out and play the same games that the Democrats do to win elections? And I'm not seeing that. So I'm just not right now, ask me tomorrow. There's hope, but I'm not super optimistic about Minnesota's chances coming up in the midterms, getting a new governor. Hopefully we got good candidates, like I say. But for the rest of the country, we'll have to see. So if Minnesota's a harbinger, I'm pessimistic, but I don't think Minnesota's a harbinger. I think we've got our own issues, but we just can't seem to get the rank and file citizens to care about fraud as much as Republicans think they should. And maybe that's the way it is with the rest of the country, thinking about the important things that how the Democrats have run this country into the ground, and people are just going about their way, right? The red robin goes bobbing along, and they don't care.
Elaine, to Dan's point, I guess a lot of us are surprised the lack of outrage on the magnitude of just pure taxpayer stealing fraud that's going on in some of these states. And Dan's really got a point here, Elaine, like it's just, it has no traction politically, like nobody seems to care. Like they're stealing your money by the hundreds of billions. Everybody's like, yeah, well, bummer. Why is that, Elaine?
So the problem with conservatives and Republicans is they expect the public to naturally, organically be engaged by the problems that you're talking about, by the sheer stealing of taxpayers. The way that this happens is always through organization. On the left, the way it happens is these organizations are funded to continuously be angry, and they're paid to be outside protesting someone's house or someone's business or some issue, and they show up day after day after day because they're brought in, they're professional. Conservatives don't do that on our side. We go to work, we pay our taxes, and we watch the news and we see these headlines and we're outraged, and then we wonder why the story doesn't last. Look at what happened in Maine with the Maine Democratic candidate. We kept thinking this is going to be the thing that takes him down. I mean, I watched Dana Bash from CNN say, I don't understand. Like, we're outraged over things that are happening that we see from the Trump administration, and we watch this candidate, and yet we're watching Democrats get behind this guy. And what is the new low for Democrats? And now I see her turning the corner, and she's actually taking on the message of, but this is how we're going to stop the Trump administration if we gain the Senate. So they're justifying all of this. And you know why? Because conservatives didn't go out there, and they didn't stand out there with their signs, and they didn't keep talking about it. They didn't organically go out there and do it. And our side just thinks, well, this will be the outrage. The media is not going to cover it. The mainstream media is not going to cover it every single day. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do to the left what they do to the right. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You know what? That's very insightful.
There's just so much money on the other side. There's money that is funneling into these organizations to keep the story alive, whatever it is that they're fighting for. It keeps the story alive. They keep generating the activity. They keep sending out the emails. They keep sending out their paid protesters. They keep them out of so much money. And the right is so underfunded in terms of doing things like this.
Keeping the story alive, Elaine. That is very profound. That's exactly what they do. As a person in the news media, and before I went into being an opinionated talk show host, I was a news director. So I was desperate to cover stories. This was back before Trump, right? This is in the 90s, so you're desperate for stories. And you'd glom on to anything. Well, who was making the news, right? It was the liberals. It was the liberal organizations. They were the ones asking for money for this and that. They were the ones that had the nonprofits. They were the ones calling the newsroom saying, hey, we got this cause. We want to do this. Can we get some attention? Yeah, we sure can. What do Republicans do? What do conservatives do to get attention? They send out an email. And in the email, it says, this politician says this. And then the quote is, wow, we're really mad about this and we're going to do something about it. Meanwhile, the Democrats are having an event, right? They have 100 people outside the White House protesting and the cameras are there and they can talk to people who are actually like kinetically involved in this rather than just some random policy statement by conservatives that, like Elaine said, is supposed to make us then organically upset and pay attention. You got to give the media some candy.
Professional signs. Like the next day, within 24 hours, they have professionally made signs for this organic protest.
Right.
And I'm like, how is this even possible? Well, it's possible because of lots and lots of money on that side. And our side doesn't fund that kind of stuff. They don't. I mean, that's the reality. Organizations that are willing to go out and protest or go out and fight for things organically at the grassroots level, they are not funded at the level that the left is funded. And so the right loses these fights all the time because the right can't keep the stories alive. I'm just stating the facts. The money stays in certain areas, goes to certain people. The politicians use these issues to raise money for their campaigns, and it doesn't go to organizations that can really get out there in the streets and fight the fight.
Yeah, and get attention. Give the media something to cover.
John, you know I speak from experience.
Define your experience about this.
I mean, look, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was passed as a result of going out state by state by state and talking to small business owners. I spent 2 tours on a bus across the country talking to small business owners and bringing attention to them locally in their local districts with their congressmen. And then we sent 500,000 small business owners sign letters, and we sent those to Paul Ryan saying, we want tax cuts and we want them now. And we did that because we had the funding to do it. Those are the types of activities that got the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act across the finish line. Those are the types of activities that have to be funded for organizations like the Job Creators Network and other groups, small groups, that are going out and talking on Main Street to people and finding out what their issues are, and then elevating and magnifying those voices. And it could be just a few voices. That's what the left does. They take one voice and they amplify it so much, it sounds like a million. And that's how they win these battles.
Yeah.
But they do.
We're not in the game, Dan.
She's right. Yeah. They take these voices, they amplify them, and it sounds like a million. Exactly right. You know, I remember, sorry for dating myself, John, you'll remember this. Elaine, you're probably too young for this, but WKRP in Cincinnati, right? They changed over the format in Cincinnati at this beleaguered little, one-room radio station, and they had old people protesting. And they were like, great, order them pizzas, right? Make them stay as long as possible. Let's call the TV stations and tell them to come and cover this protest going on. 4 people carrying signs in front of the radio station, right? I mean, the publicity, any publicity is good as long as you spell your name right type thing. And that's what Republicans seem to not understand, because we're at work. There are people who are crafting emails and sending them out to their email list. But I mean, you got to have some eye candy on the ground. And by the way, Elaine, the signs that you're talking about, yeah, they're professionally made signs, but the exact same signs are in Baltimore, Philadelphia, Minneapolis. It's not like some sign maker down the road made them. No, this is a national effort. But even short of that, right, if we can get 10, 15, 20 people out to various things protesting, well, the media will cover it eventually. And then it will show that people are like, oh, yeah, at least somebody is out there trying to do something. But, then you always get that random spokesperson for the group that looks like a crazy person and kind of blows the whole effort. So Republicans got to be careful about that too.
I mean, look, the thing is that our conservatives cannot send out paid protesters. We can't, because the media will find out and they will report on it and we will lose credibility. They don't care that the left sends out paid protesters. They don't care that that's what's happening and that they're paid. We really have to go out there and get, that 10 or 25 people would be enough to show up and make the case and talk about the issue and fight for whatever the issue is, if they're real. I mean, and we don't pay people. I mean, that's the reality, is we don't pay people to go out. You have to show up. President Trump won the election, and he won, and people showed up to help him win. And as soon as he won, what did conservatives do? They put down their pitchforks and they went back to their lives because they said, great, my guy's in office. Well, guess what? Every single thing he tries to do, including change the drapes in the White House, someone files a lawsuit to stop him. And until conservatives understand that this is a 365-day-a-year battle and stop putting down their pitchforks, we're going to continue to lose.
You know, it's interesting, Elaine, you brought up the Dana Bash interview. I thought that was very insightful. You're definitely H-O-Wheaties today again when you come on the show, because that was, I mean, Dana Bash went from trying to ask this guy questions to supporting him and defending him. And the way they defend him is, we don't care what you did. Doesn't matter who you beat up or what you did to women. None of that matters to us. What your tattoos are that you lied about, because it's not real when you say you got it drunk. Because if you have tattoos like me, I've said this 100 times, that's not the way it works, okay? Got to plan these out. And I speak from a lot of experience. I got a lot of body art. So, but she's like defending him because, like, if as long as we win, we don't care who the guy is. I mean, that and it happened in the same interview. She just came around and like, we just have to win. So yeah, he's not perfect, but he'll
be a vote. He'll be a vote against whatever Trump is trying to do, and that's in the end, that's what they care about, and that's how they're justifying it to their constituencies. Is he'll be a vote, and if he doesn't win, then Susan Collins will be what? What did you say a few minutes ago? She'll be a vote for our side.
Exactly.
You said that yourself. Yeah. She'll be a vote for our side. Now here's the thing.
I mean, that's the bottom line.
I think Susan Collins is going to win. I truly believe Susan Collins is going to win. She's one of the candidates who most surprises everybody in everything she ever does. And I truly think that she will win in the end, and that what's being amplified is simply a result of the liberal media doing what the liberal media does and making it sound like this is how everybody feels. Again, a few voices amplified to be a million voices.
Look, you're 100% right. And you know what's sad, Dan? I look at this guy Plattner, who I think is an absolute creepatoid. And then I look at Michelle Tafoya, who's running for Senate in Minnesota. This is a lovely young lady. I mean, I'm a football fan, so I, watched her forever on the sidelines of ESPN or something. And it's like she can't gain any traction. And I look at Tafoya, and then I look at Plattner, and I'm like, what planet do I live on? This guy's getting all the press. She's not getting any. And like, she couldn't even get traction in the convention. And so I'm going to give the final word on that. What I thought that Tafoya, and like, I get like 100 emails. I got so many emails from her a day. I actually had to take her, put that block email list because I was getting 7 a day. So I just had to take her off. I just couldn't deal with it. Why hasn't her campaign, it's got no traction?
No, don't worry about that. It doesn't need to. She was running for the endorsement as a courtesy. She knew she wasn't going to win the endorsement. She's not a darling of the inner circle, delegates. She knew that going in. Other candidates in the past have tried to bypass the convention, and it really ticks off the voters. So out of courtesy, she decided to go to the convention. She did better, I think, than she even thought she would in the convention. Our primary is August 11th. She has a good shot. I think she's the odds-on favorite of winning, with all due respect to the endorsed candidate, Adam Schwarzy, who's a great guy. But after the 12th of August, look for that campaign to really kick in, and people are going to love her if she is the candidate. Which I think
I liked her on. I liked her analysts. I liked her on the sidelines.
There's no traction right now. They're not spending their money right now. They will, like the last couple weeks of July into August. That's when you see the real Minnesota campaign kick in.
I mean, here's what I asked somebody the other day, one of my liberal lady friends that's very liberal. I'm like, would you date this guy Plattner? Like, would you actually go on a date with him? He's like, no, he's disgusting. I would never do that. But hey, he's going to stop Trump. It's exactly what you said. He's unbelievable. All right, listen, it's great to have you guys. I like this combo here, guys. I like this. This is good. And I like getting Elaine. I got her out of the box today, Dan, out of the economic jobs box. I got her out. Got to get you talking about some cultural things, right? It took me 6 months to get Todd Sheets there. I'm going to get Elaine there, Dan, and you're going to help me do it. We're going to get her out of the box.
Okay. Outside the box with Elaine Parker.
I love it. Outside the box with Elaine in the box. Now just sit here and have a cup of coffee. Life is good. Okay, Joe Rubin coming up. He's a little pissed that I've abandoned Israel. I'll be right back.
Seth says there could be more American attacks.
And that's not because we want to restart anything we don't have to restart. It's because the War Department is prepared to set the terms to ensure that we get the kind of deal President Trump expects.
A deal that would prevent Iran from ever getting a nuclear weapon. The president says an agreement has been drawn up. All that's required is for Iran to sign on the dotted line, and that's something the Iranians have not yet done. Mr. Trump criticizes them for foot-dragging. The latest U.S. strikes coming in retaliation for Iran's downing of an American Army helicopter earlier in the week. Hundreds of flight cancellations in Chicago, hundreds of thousands of utility customers left without power, the aftermath of storms that battered the Midwest. A stunning comeback brings the Knicks to one win away from their first NBA title in 53 years.
The New York Knicks have made NBA history with an NBA Finals record 29-point comeback victory against the San Antonio Spurs in Game 4. New York faced the largest non-bubble home halftime deficit in close out its first championship since 1973 on Saturday. I'm Gethin Coolball.
Dow futures are up 382 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 336 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
A U.S. Senate race is drawing national attention, including attention from the White House.
Democrats need to flip 4 seats to take control of the Senate. In Maine, Republican Susan Collins is running for re-election. President Trump was asked if he is supporting her.
She's not my best friend at all, but she's a sane person. And she's a person that never missed a vote in many years.
Collins' opponent is a combat veteran and oyster farmer, Graham Plattner.
He's a phony. He's a real phony. He's a bad person.
Plattner has faced questions about a skull and crossbones tattoo recognized as a Nazi symbol, and reports emerged he previously exchanged sexually explicit text messages with several women while married. Ed Donahue, Washington.
The mayor of a southern Philippine town devastated by this week's earthquake is pleading for Air Force helicopters to transport food to stave off hunger in places isolated by landslides. Monday's quake has left 47 people dead. News and analysis, townhall.com. Visa is embedding its payment network into ChatGPT.
The move will allow the chatbot to shop and complete transactions for users. This collaboration enables ChatGPT to make purchases at any merchant accepting Visa, unlike previous attempts limited to specific retailers. OpenAI will provide the technology for decision-making and purchasing, while Visa ensures secure transactions. The companies haven't disclosed financial terms or fees. Keith Peters, Washington.
Canada is considering barring kids younger than 16 from possessing social media accounts joining a growing global effort to tighten safety protections. The government says social media platforms can obtain an exemption if they have put sufficient safeguards in place. The legislation introduced this week would create a new regulator, the Digital Safety Commission of Canada. More on these stories, townhall.com.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
A groundbreaking new study shows that there is a safe and inexpensive potential cancer treatment, and it's a drug that many of us already know about, ivermectin. This new study shows that individuals who took ivermectin, the parasite-fighting medication that gained fame during the COVID pandemic, along with the drug mebendazole, saw remarkable results in their battles with cancer. These incredibly promising results have many Americans wondering where they can obtain U.S.-made ivermectin and mebendazole. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company is making 100% American-made ivermectin and mebendazole available at an incredibly affordable price point. Say no to Big Pharma's greed and no to Big Pharma's poisons, and say yes to a company that you can trust to bring you safe, affordable, and effective treatments. If you or someone you love is interested in trying ivermectin and mebendazole, then I urge you to go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use the promo code Godzilla to save 10%.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
And later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
Their advantage in that they can hold out.
You know, a lot of military experts that we talk to think that it's long past time for the United States to go back to full-scale war against Iran, saying 9 weeks ago we had Iran on the ropes. And ever since then, President Trump has been talking about this elusive deal. I mean, listen to what he said over the weeks here.
I think we're 2 or 3 weeks.
3 weeks. If it is,
we'll leave.
And
I view it as very close to over. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
It's looking very good that we're going to make a deal with Iran.
It could happen any day. I believe they want the deal more than I do. Iran is dying to make a deal.
We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal. Could be in 2 or 3 days.
We were really close to a deal.
That's 9 weeks of we're close to a deal. I mean, at some point, you've got to acknowledge it's not happening.
Yeah, and John, you begin to wonder sometimes that the president isn't speaking to 2 entirely separate audiences here. He dealing with the Iranians and telling the American public and consumers and owners of stocks that we're close to a deal in the hope perhaps that will calm the petroleum markets. At the same time, of course, he says that we're ready to attack at any time and that they dare not fool with us. So I think it's a bit of a mystery here as to exactly where we are. Yeah. But certainly it is the case that our generals and some external experts, Jack Keane among them, who contribute so much to us, believe that there was a lot of unfinished business at the time we went into the ceasefire, and that it's time we go ahead and finish that business and see where we are once that's done.
All right, well, we'll see what happens for the rest of the evening, but it seems as though it's just defensive or self-defensive retaliatory strikes going on right now. We'll see if a broad...
All right, joining me now is Joel Rubin. You can find Joel. Joel is a Democrat. Joel's also a moderate. Joel ran for Congress in Maryland. I supported him in that campaign. Probably is the reason he lost and get the Democratic nomination. Probably cost him more votes than I could ever get him, and he probably he scrubbed me off his website. But Joel was served as Undersecretary of State in the Obama administration and the Biden administration, so very familiar what's going on, and we always love to get his perspective. Joel, lots gone on in the past couple of weeks since we've had you on. The main thing now is these negotiations seem to be just a clown show. And now Trump's had enough. I think he's had the patience of Job, and now the payloads are coming out, and I don't think they're gonna stop. What say you, Joe Rubin?
Yeah, hey John, it's great to be with you always, and my friend, I hope that your campaign is going well.
Very good, thank you.
In DC, and I don't live in DC, so I can't really support you, but I endorse you. We need people like you in public life always, and so it's fun to be with you and an honor to be with your audience. Look, the president is in a diplomatic pickle, without a doubt, right? I mean, this is not something that I think he expected. When he did the ceasefire a couple of months ago, and I called a unilateral ceasefire, he basically said, I'm done. They've had enough. They're hurting. We also have the Strait of Hormuz. We need to deal with that. So let's get into a negotiation. I don't think he expected the Iranians to basically give him the Heisman there and say, we're not interested in negotiating with you on your terms. We're going to negotiate on our terms, which means we keep the Strait of Hormuz. We control it. We gain illegal tax revenue from it by taxing every ship that goes through. And for the listeners, that Strait of Hormuz is an international waterway. Iran does not own it. They do not have the right to take tolls on it. And if they do, that's a violation of international law. So I think the president, his patience ran out. appropriately ran out. Now the challenge is how do you get back the leverage that was there a couple of months ago? And remember, we talked about this. The leverage from a couple of months ago did have a cost domestically, politically. The numbers are not great on how people view the war. And, it impacts gas prices and people feel that immediately. And it also ran into some political headwinds on the Hill, although only with my party, unfortunately. Not. I think Republicans have held firm on the war powers up to a point. But again, that's not really going to take effect in a practical sense. So yeah, he's got a couple decisions to make. And the big one is does he want to go back full bore aggressive and have that simultaneous to negotiations, which would be my recommendation, rather than to stop and then negotiate? Because part of the incentive, and I'll close with this, for the Iranians to actually come to an agreement is to negotiate in order to end the attacks against them, rather than have the attacks be over and then negotiate, because they're not going to negotiate in good faith.
So you just bomb them, right? You just bomb them.
I think you have to be very focused on where you bomb. I think you have to hit their military assets, and I think that we have to make sure they understand that the Straits of Hormuz are not theirs for the holding, and we start to do like what we saw with the Apache helicopter getting shot down a few days ago. I think it's beyond appropriate for the president to respond to that, and that was. Also we hit areas along the Strait of Hormuz that were used as some type of basing, sometimes of military operational support. And so we need to take it to them in those areas. They're not, I want to add, I was at a discussion yesterday about this with Iran watchers, and there's a sense of that inside Iran, the politics are divided. There's a lot of uncertainty about whether or not they should reach out to the president and respond, because they should. And then there's also an assessment from some of the military folks around the table that they're not as strong as they're trying to portray themselves, and that the missiles they sent to Israel, for example, they sent 11 missiles that were easily shot down. That was a very small barrage compared to other strikes. And so they have been degraded, and we need to take advantage of that part too.
So end this game. Like, lay out for us, in your view, the end game. Like, how does this end?
I think, ultimately, look, we've talked about regime change in different venues in the past. I would love to see the regime gone. I think the Iranian people would love to see the regime gone. I think the region would love to as well. But I don't view that as a realistic policy goal to try to execute, because doing that would require troops on the ground in a physical way, or at least very aggressive military support to entities like Kurds and other opposition groups on the ground to try to overthrow the regime. So short of that, which again, there will be people calling for that, I'm not going to call for that in our operation. There is a three-step negotiation that we could talk about, and that a lot of diplomatic community is sort of like noodling over and saying, here's a pathway out. The first step is you have a pullback from the Strait of Hormuz, where you have the Americans lift our blockade and the Iranians lift their blockade and let everything flow. And simultaneous to that, you commence to immediate negotiations over the nuclear program, get all of the materials out, get the inspection regime in. There's an international monitoring mechanism available to us in the world, the International Atomic Energy Agency. Have clarity on what they can and can't do. There may be some nuclear capacity left over for face-saving purposes, but that has to be negotiated, and you trade that for some level of sanctions relief. And then concurrent and tied to that, you have a third stage of negotiations, which goes to the other issues on Iran's bad behavior in the region, support for Hezbollah, its ballistic missile programs. And you don't really close the negotiation until you close all three phases. But that's the path out. And I think the way that we're heading right now is the appropriate next way to get there, because prior to the military strikes, Iran basically is just sitting around and saying, we're okay with waiting it out. You're suffering, you're losing, we're winning. They've been mocking President Trump everywhere they can. By the way, just for the folks on the line who really do love the president, you got to see what the Iranian regime is saying about President Trump and the way they mock him and call him weak. And I just think that at this stage, that's the pathway out, and we got to kickstart that pathway. And what we're doing right now is going to help us get there.
I agree with you 100%, 100% right down the line. Rarely do we, do I do that with somebody, but I agree with you, everything you said. And I think, look, the president, I've said this earlier, has had the patience of Job. There's no way to say he's a warmonger. I mean, he has tried to negotiate for a month and a half. He's tried every which way from Wednesday. He doesn't want bombs. He doesn't want deaths. He doesn't want civilians dying. He doesn't want that. But like after a month and a half, and they're mocking him, and they're just replenishing their armaments. I mean, this thing is never going to get resolved in a diplomatic fashion. So it's going to be the same thing. Yeah, we have a deal. No, we don't. Yeah, we have a deal. No, we don't. Well, we're negotiating with the wrong people. Oh, we don't know who's in charge. Well, this guy, the president's no longer there because he doesn't like the IRGC. This thing goes on. So you just bomb them into oblivion. You open up the straits. I mean, we find out now in a brilliant move, we just find out he's been sneaking oil out in the middle of the night. Millions of barrels are flowing through there. And because people are wondering, why are gas prices down a little bit? $3.39 in Cumberland, Maryland, $3.29.
$80 a barrel or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's down. And people say, well, because he's exhausted our strategic reserves. Yeah, no, because he's getting that oil through this strait.
Right.
And, so everybody overlooked that because we kept that a secret. I just think you go in there now and you just finish the job. Sometimes, Joe, you just got to finish the job, right?
You got to, and you have to lock in those gains at the same time. There are a couple other things that I want to add to this mix, which is the public diplomacy type argument. That's bureaucratic State Department talk for basically how we speak to the world. Apologize. But public diplomacy basically means the communications and what we are and are not saying. And I do think the president, as is his wont, and him personally, I don't, but he will say, we're there, and go back and forth and every day. And in some ways, saying less is more on this one, because when he says we're close to a deal, and it doesn't happen, it creates a sense of uncertainty about whether or not he's to be believed on his pronouncements, right? And that's not to his advantage, as he is pursuing a policy that is real, right? I just want to add, in the real world, we actually see the policy. There's a physical thing happening and it's consistent, right? But like the words are kind of like masking that a little bit. The second thing is I would recommend that he open the aperture in terms of our allies. Relying on Pakistan, I may have said this in the past year, I'm not a big fan of just relying on Pakistan to get this over the finish line. I'm not anti-Pakistan, but they're kind of like a new diplomatic player in this file, and it's like, okay, are they really with us? They've been close to the Chinese. I mean, we need our allies around the table too. We need to get the Gulf Arab states more engaged diplomatically. I would argue we also need our European allies who have skin in this game. They've been working on this for a couple decades. They get hit by gas prices. They have citizens in the region. They have militaries. Let's think about how to use them, bring them bear, and just read the riot act to the Iranians. Like, hey, get your shit together. Excuse me.
No, that's fine.
This is the moment. You are only going to continue to get obliterated, bombed, pummeled. The president is not, by the way, not holding the Israelis back. Yes, there's a little here and a little there. It's tactical. But if anybody believes that President Trump is going to tell the Israelis they can no longer bomb the Iranians when they feel a threat, they are lying to themselves. But I do think the Iranians are like, oh, maybe he'll hold back Israel. Maybe we're stronger. No. So the Iranians need to get the message. And that means this public diplomacy, this alliance stuff, come together, really bang them hard, that this is it. And if not, they're just going to get continually degraded and bombed. And to your point about the oil, hey, if more is getting out, all the better. But we do need to wedge open that strait, I think, also make them realize that they can't hold that over our head any longer.
Discover the top priority. But I agree again with what you said on Pakistan. I've never been comfortable with that. Remember, this is the same Pakistani government that Osama bin Laden was hiding out like 2 blocks from their military
from their West Point. All right,
2
for people
blocks
to
away.
understand,
He's just
he
hiding
was
out
hanging
there.
out, somewhere. It's like for us Maryland people, he was in Annapolis. All right,
exactly it. He was in Annapolis, and he was like 1 block from the Naval Academy, right? Sunning himself, getting a cocktail and.
But who knew, right?
Porn movies or something. I mean, it's 1 block away.
For 5 years, right?
We never knew he was there. I mean, this is your military institution of your country. You know everything that's there. I mean, it's such nonsense.
Yeah, they're now coordinating diplomacy between the United States and Iran.
It's really laughable. I mean, it's really is ridiculous what we have to deal with. Joe, I do want to wrap it. I got to go to a quick word from our sponsors, and I've got to give one of my guests who's here live. I've got to get her a cup of coffee. Mariah needs a cup of coffee bad. I just brewed a fresh pot, so indulge us for a second. Let's get to a quick word from our sponsors, and I'll be right back for a couple more minutes to close out with the one and only Joe Rubin, the one sane Democrat left in America. And when I come back, I'm going to ask him what he thinks about Graham Plattner.
Oh, please do. Yeah.
Okay, I have to. I'll be right back.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Sol Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Sol Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Sol Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Ponder this. All of God's children, you and I, have been created in God's own image. It's hard to fathom, isn't it? One thing we do know about God is that He's perfectly free. So He created us perfectly free to follow Him and free to deny Him. We have the choice. Our choice, however, has eternal consequences. It is the biggest decision in your life. I'm sure that most of you, if not all of you, want the final elevator ride to go up, not down. How we live on this earth determines our eternal destination, up or down, heaven or hell, and yes, hell is real. God has rules for us to follow in order to be admitted into His heavenly home. Just like the rules you may have for people to enter your home, maybe you do not allow smoking or profane language, God too has rules. There are 10 of them. We are called to obey His rules, not to change them, adapt them, or ignore them. The 10 Commandments guide our entry into eternal life. We must obey His rules in order to enter His heavenly home. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Flaky. I have no idea.
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, Maria with us here in studio. Maria is with us. Maria, thank you, Dan, for doing that. Still trying to figure her name out. Let's get back to Joe Rubin. Joe, thanks for being with us. So I don't run out of time. People want to follow you on your podcast that you do, and you have a kind of a live stream. Where do they go, Joe Rubin?
I do. Well, the Substack is the easiest way to get me, and it's called The Briefing Book. So if you follow me on Substack at The Briefing Book, you'll find it all there. And I will self-promo. I wrote a book, as you may know, and it hit Amazon bestseller, and it's my little mug. So, John, if you buy the book, it's called Saving Democratic Foreign Policy on Amazon.
I'm going to buy it today.
Thank you, sir. And also, as my wife says, if they wanted a picture of you, now they don't need. They buy the book and they'll get my face on their bookshelf forever.
Well, you're looking good. By the way, before we get to Plattner, how's your family?
Oh, family's great.
Good.
Oldest daughter's halfway through college. Middle daughter's about to start college next year. Little daughter is, having the time of her life in high school. I don't know what she's doing. She's out all the time. No, they're good. Thank you. It's wonderful having kids. The big girl's here for the summer, and it's really nice to have all our kids together.
Isn't it great when they come home? I mean, I've got
Mm-hmm.
our older son is in Arizona, so he's at Arizona State. He teaches there. My daughter's in Florida, but I got the little guy home from baseball. He's doing rehab at the University of Maryland, and they said, "Oh, you can't go home this summer. You got to do rehab. We got to get you back in the fall. You got to be, you got to get a lot of innings. You got to be a closer." Blah, blah, blah. So he said, "You can't." They said, "You can't go home. You have to stay here." And he's like, "Okay, well, home is like 8 metro stops away."
That's right.
It's not like he's in like Loyola Marymount, right? And he's like, "Well, I take the metro, the green line, and I'm there, and then I come home, and I'm home in 20 minutes. So it's all good. So it's good to have him home with the cat."
It's great.
But Joel, I'm going to have to extend this a minute. Graham Plattner, what's the deal with this guy?
I'm not happy. I can put on a Democratic hat, but I'll put on my American Jewish hat, by the way, and integrate that a little bit. It's been a really hard time for American Jews in this country, and this guy pops up out of nowhere, and it turns out he has a Nazi tattoo on his chest and acts like he didn't know about it for 18 years. And then when his team apparently, it turns out, knew about this for months, and they talked about it quietly behind the scenes and didn't know what to do about it. And then it leaked by them, is my understanding. So he could then say, "Oh, I didn't know," and get a fake tattoo cover or cover it up. But he still is attacking Jews on a repetitive basis. He used an anti-Semitic trope in saying that Susan Collins is owned by Israel and Netanyahu because AIPAC, which is an American organization, is supporting her. And I will, full disclosure, I've never gotten $1 from AIPAC in my political campaigns. I'm not here to advocate for or against them. I'm just going to say objectively, if they get money, it's because that money from AIPAC is an American citizen organization of those who support Israel. Most are Jewish. And he said, "Oh, well, the Jews own her." And so it's very distressing. The party is divided about him. He did not do great. He got 70-something% of the vote against candidates that basically weren't running. He has offended women. He has such a social media profile that I don't think they knew about that's out there, that the oppo on him, Collins hasn't even begun oppo. All of the hits against him the last couple months are like earned media hits, investigations by news outlets. And he looks horrible. And he's never really apologized, but people are saying, "Oh, he has redemption." I have not heard him apologize to the American Jewish community and the American veterans who fought the Nazis for his Nazi tattoo. So I'm distressed as a Democrat. It'd be great to get that seat, but I'd like us to get it with someone who I want to see in the U.S. Senate, and I don't really view him as someone that should be in the U.S. Senate. So
I agree with you again. We're on the same page here, and I think the tattoo is probably one of the most problematic things. Do you have any body art? Do you have any tattoos, Joe?
No.
Okay.
No.
I am completely tattooed, arms, chest, whole thing, right? I got 2 sleeves. This idea that, and I've said this on the air 100 times, I'm going to say it again because it's a lie. "Oh, I was drunk. I didn't know what I was doing. I was underage. I was drunk. I just went there. I got it." And it's not the way it works, Joe. Okay. I got a lot of tattoos. When one is that big, you have to schedule it. You have to plan it. You have to give a deposit. You have to stencil it. You have to meet with a guy. And then it takes hours and hours to do. I've got tattoos where I have sat in the chair for 16 hours, big ones.
God bless.
His is probably 10, 12 hours, 8 hours. You just don't do it like I got drunk and stumbled in and I picked that one. That is a complete lie. First of all, you got to be over 18, right? Or the tattoo artist will go to jail. So you got to be over 18. Second of all, you cannot be intoxicated, right? Because that affects it. You can't fall asleep in the chair. None of this is true. and I talk from a lot of experience. I spent a
I
lot of
believe
time in
you.
tattoo chairs.
I believe
It's
you.
not the way it works. And so the guy is a bold-faced liar, and nobody on that side has the guts to call out this fraud. Okay? Just say, hey, I got a Nazi tattoo because I hate Jews. Fine. Be honest about it. And don't be and then you could have covered it up or put something else over it.
Right.
You never did that.
18 years.
It's right in just for 18 years. You're a frigging liar. Piece of crap. That's what he is, Joel. He's an anti-Semite, Jew-hating, allegations out there about women, absolute piece of garbage. And the Democrats are falling all over themselves because they might gain a seat trying to beat grandma who's baking her grandkids chocolate brownie. I mean, the guy is just disgusting.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
It bothers me. I appreciate you
I'm
saying
going to buy your book. As soon as I get off the, I'm going to tell Ann to buy it. I can't wait to read it. And then I'll send you a text after that. Joe, it's always good to have you on. Great segment, Joe.
Thanks, John.
All right. We're going to be right back. Dan, we're just going to roll right into this. When I get back, I've got an interview I did yesterday with the Capital Club, which is one of the foreign journalists, and she thought it was really good, and I'm going to give her some exposure. So we're going to roll that and then get right in the DC Dispatch. We got a new camera coming up. And I want to thank our new DC cameraman. Just joined us last week, Ryan Hammett. Ryan, it's good to see you. Ryan was with RAV, and I've been trying to get Ryan forever. How long have I been trying to bring you back, Ryan? 4 years. 4 years I've been bothering to get back, and finally, he throws in with us. Hear that, John Reed? Thank you. Ryan Hammett joining us now. Where do you see this camera setup he's got? I'm fired up. We're going to be right back. DC Dispatch, 9 o'clock. Dan Hobgood will take it from here. Okay, good, excellent.
Roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last. 1775 Coffee is giving away.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Ponder this. How many times have you heard that freedom means doing whatever you want as long as we don't hurt anyone else? On its face, this sounds pretty reasonable. But when you think about it, everything you do has an impact on someone or something. Let's say we overindulge in drinking. The immediate impact may be that we cannot get to work on time the next morning or even at all. Let's say we eat whatever we want, whenever we want. When health problems ensue later in life, your family, your friends, and your community may be impacted. For every action, there is a reaction, and this is Newton's law of physics. But it applies to our spiritual life as well. Being truly free means doing God's will in every decision that we make. This means we must know God's will by following His commandments and talking with Him in our daily life. Pray, trust, and persevere in following God's will for you every day. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Mike, at any point in your coaching career, did you ever have an interest or express an interest in being a head coach in the college game? And do you have any idea how that may or may not have led to folks like Ryan and Doug Whaley and Carson Palmer connecting you to some college jobs?
Hey, guys, I don't have time for that speculation. I mean, that's a joke to me. I got one of the best jobs in all of professional sport. Why would I have any interest in coaching college football? That'll be the last time that I address it. And not only today, but moving forward. Never say never, but never. Okay? Anybody else got any questions about any college jobs? There's not a booster with a big enough blank check.
Anyone else? All right.
Thank you. Anybody asking Sean Payton about that? You know, anybody asking Andy Reid about stuff like that?
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Tonight on the Capital Show, we are joined by one of the most influential conservative media personalities in America. He's a radio host, political strategist, and grassroots organizer. John Fredericks, you're most welcome.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for having me. I love your show.
I want to introduce a little bit, do some intro about you for my audience. You are known nationwide as the Godzilla of truth. You become one of the President Trump's most loyal media allies and one of the strongest voices of the America First movement. As Republicans prepare for the next phase of President Trump's agenda and the battle for political influence in Washington, you are taking your activism directly into the nation's capital through a campaign to strengthen the Republican Party in Washington, D.C. So can you tell us about this, and why did you decide that June 16 race for D.C. Republican leadership is important for the future of the MAGA movement?
Well, listen, Maria, thank you for doing that. I really appreciate that introduction. Look, you know what? Right now, Washington, D.C. is dominated by Democrats. Republicans here are getting somewhere between 5 and 7% of the vote. The party is dead in the water. Nobody does anything. There's no enthusiasm. And we've got one of the greatest urban renaissances in the Republic, in the history of the Republic going on right here in Washington, D.C. It shows you what leadership can do. President Trump came in here 18 months ago. This place, Washington, D.C., was in urban decay. It was overrun with garbage, graffiti, filth, rats, crimes, homeless, tents. It was disgusting. The fountains didn't work. You couldn't take the metro. You couldn't ride a bus. You couldn't go out after dark with being accosted by God knows what. Now, 18 months later, we live in the most beautiful, safest city in America because of President Trump's leadership. It's been phenomenal. You can ride the metro at night. You can go to dinner. You can take a a walk in this square. You can do a picnic with your kids on the grass. There's no garbage there. The fountains are rolling. You come into town, it's beautiful. This has all been done in a year and a half by President Trump. Crime is down 35%. Violent crime down 38%. Murders down 38.5%. Carjackings down 45%. This is all done in a year. It shows you what leadership can do. So look, we got nobody in the party talking about this except me. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to go right to the people. I'm going to go right to the voters. And I'm going to say, this is what leadership looks like. You can choose to live in a clean, safe environment, or you can choose to live in the filth. We chose another way. And that message is resonating across the district.
I love what Judge Jane Pirro did, Judge Janine, because I live in Washington. During Biden era, I used to see like homeless. I was afraid to go out anytime. Even I live in Northwest, not in like some areas that there is a high rank of crime. Do you think that Republican compete in the nation capital? Or is this about changing the political conversation?
Well, look, it's going to be tough to go from, 5% of the vote to 50% of the vote. You're not going to do it overnight, right? But you got to start somewhere. And you first have to start by building a party, building a coalition, getting people excited. And the main thing you have to have is a clear vision and a message, and one that resonates, that people can buy into. Look, when President Trump came down that escalator in June of 2015, he was at 1% in the polls. Everybody thought his campaign was a joke, but he had a vision. He had a mission. He had a message. And then he took off, and now he's been president. He's in his second term, and he's one of the most unbelievable, ran one of the most unbelievable campaigns in history and has so many supporters. He started out at 1%. We're starting out at 5%, so we're actually ahead of him. So I think if you do this the right way and you simply tell people, hey, there's a better way. And not only that, in Washington, D.C., it's not empty rhetoric. You can look out the window, you can walk down the street, you can take a metro, you can go to dinner, you can go to the parks, you can go to the squares, and you can see and feel and touch the difference and the excitement in the city coming up to our 250th birthday. So it's real. We just have to get the message out there. There is a better way. We can choose to live in harmony, in peace,
absolutely,
in cleanliness and safety, and not squalor and filth like we were. There's a better way.
What about the GOP establishment? Do you see that there is a struggle between the old GOP, like the Rhinos, and the America First movement? This has President Trump permanently transformed the Republican Party or not?
Well, listen, President Trump has reformed the party to the MAGA party across the nation. DC is not caught up with it. Right now, I'm running in for Ward 2 DC GOP chairman. I'm doing my own thing. But look, the establishment of this party, the chairman, Patrick Mara, has thrown me out of the party. He threw me off the advisory committee. He threw me out of meetings. He tossed me out of our executive committee. He basically threw me out of the party. Why did he throw me out? Because I was doing something, because I was having town halls. I was having meetings. I was bringing people together. I was building a coalition. And the problem is when you don't do anything, you just have a badge on that says chairman, and you walk around at meetings, hey, I'm chairman, big deal, but you do nothing. And then somebody comes in and they want change and they do something and they lead by example. You're a threat to the establishment party of do nothing. That's what I'm trying to change. We're doing something.
Looking ahead to America's 250th anniversary celebration, what is your approach? Do you believe President Trump is shaping a new era of American patriotism and national identity that we are to be proud of?
Yes, Maria, there's no doubt that so many people are going to be taking pride in the history of our country, our 250-year anniversary of faith, of freedom, of God, of capitalism, of rugged individualism. And you've got Democrats out there Maria, right now saying, you know what? I don't feel this. I don't want to celebrate this. Our country is wretched. We stole it from indigenous peoples. We should have open borders. Everybody should be able to come here. I don't feel good about it. I don't believe in America. I don't believe in the freedoms that we have. I don't believe in anything. I just want this whole thing to go away so I can go back to whining about DEI or whatever other nonsense I do. That's going to be the difference. That's why we're going to win in the midterms in November.
Oh, yeah. This is what I want to ask you, the mechanism of midterms, how we can fight cheating and there is lots of option for the other the Democratic Party to ruin the elections again. Are we prepared to have a fair and strong election to reflect the willing of the people?
Well, certainly not the way it was done recently in California, where 8 days later, they're still counting votes and haven't finished it because of the nonsense that goes on there with mail-out ballots that come in for days and weeks and nobody, they come in, they get envelopes, get stuffed. Look, there's going to be fraud out there. The biggest thing that we can do is get the U.S. Senate off their butts, get the Republican conference to understand we got to pass the SAVE Act, voter ID, no illegals voting. Look, I live in Washington, D.C. You can vote here with a library card. I mean, it doesn't matter. You can have a gym card. You can go vote. Don't have to be a citizen. Members of the Iranian embassy who are at war with us, fighting a war, can walk out of the embassy. They're Iranian citizens. They hate America. They can walk down. They can show a gym card and they can vote in our elections. That's just insanity.
This is what President Trump called it, the third world election.
Exactly.
How President Trump can the border now, the border security, is it an issue that makes President Trump brought him back to power? Do you believe that this administration has delivered a good, strong policy toward the border?
We closed it. Nobody's getting in. The Joe Biden administration said they needed legislation. It couldn't be done. 20 million people, illegals poured in. God knows who they are, raping people, murdering people, getting let out again. Look, have we deported the millions of people we'd hoped to? No, we haven't done that. But we've deported some. We're doing the criminals first. Has it been perfectly executed? No, but they're trying. But here's the deal. Nobody's getting in. No illegals are getting in. That border is closed. And Tom Homan and Kristi Noem, to her credit, and DH, Department of Homeland Security, 90 days, they closed that border. Shows you what a lying piece of crap Joe Biden and the Democrats are.
Yeah, Lara Trump interviewed Tom Homan last night, and it's a much watch interview. Do you believe that, when we talk, you interviewed President Trump recently?
Yes.
Yeah, how he's different from the first term. Can you tell us something exclusive about the interview you did it recently?
Greater resolve, greater understanding that he's the president and he has to drive the agenda. And getting advice from people is fine, but he's got to make the final decision. So there is a resoluteness in the president that maybe was not exactly there in the first term, as he had to bring a lot of new people in. A lot of the people that surrounded the president were not MAGA. They didn't really believe in his agenda. And so he had battles within his own administration. There were a lot of fiefdoms there because when he was in the first term, he thought, hey, if I bring in competent people, I'm going to have a competent government. Well, it doesn't work that way, right? Personnel is policy. Well, the personnel you bring in, doesn't matter what their experience is, doesn't matter what their qualifications are or what they've done. This is not like running a business. You have to have the same philosophy, ideology, and vision for America that the president has, along with solid administrative and leadership skills. That's the difference, is the people that he's brought in. Now, they're supporters of MAGA, of the movement, of the vision of populism in the United States, of America first. That's the biggest difference. That's what the president learned.
What is the single biggest accomplishment that the people has to believe President Trump has delivered in his second term? Can we consider Iran and the negotiation with Iran as a win when he announced, like I'm telling you what the others like the the other opinion said, that 38 times he said we are accomplishing a deal. Can you explain this negotiation and how President Trump is doing a great job by negotiation with the lunatic people like terrorists, and what we can say about the Iran conflict and Iran war?
Well, let me unpack what you just said. Your first question was, what do you think his biggest accomplishments are? I would say number one, closing the border and addressing the illegals that are in the country. It's not been perfect, right? We've had some incidents. Haven't got as many out as we have, but we're moving in the right direction. He closed the border. That would be number one. Number two is the one big beautiful bill. Getting that tax cut passed has put the foundation of the economy in place. That's why we're getting all these jobs. And when the war ends, gas is going to go back down to $2. This economy is going to have the greatest economic resurgence in the history of the country. So those are the two biggest accomplishments. You're asking me about Iran right now. Look, I don't think he knows who he's negotiating with. We don't know who's in charge. Iran is liars. All they do is lie. So they tell them they have a deal, then they don't. Look, the bombing into Lebanon by Israel at a very critical time in the negotiations was not helpful. So look, he had to chew Netanyahu out. Look, the end of the day is Israel's got to take the lead from us. We don't take the lead from them. We don't take a back seat to them. And so we're their protectorate. I get that. But look, at the end of the day, President Trump says, back off, you back off. He's trying to get this negotiation done. Now, he thought many times he was very, very close. We haven't gotten it done. So, maybe you back off a little bit and say, look, I'm not sure where we are. It might be in another couple of weeks. But, the president is very transparent. He'll tell you what's on his mind, and he'll tell you what he believes at the time that he believes it. I'm hopeful that we're not that far from a peace treaty that would open the straits and eliminate Iran's ability to deploy a nuclear weapon. If we can do those two things, it's a win.
Absolutely. We trust him to make a great deal. John, my last question is, how do you feel when you move from being the America's most influential conservative broadcaster into a direct Republican Party leadership in Washington? What is your message?
My message is we have to change the party from within. Join your local party. I don't care how blue it is. I don't care how rhino it is. I don't care how moderate it is. I don't care who's in charge. If you sit back and do nothing, you will never get change. You go down the same path, you end up in the same place. So I encourage everybody, wherever you are, join your local party. Be a precinct captain. Get involved. Change it from within. Bring your philosophy there. It's not easy. You'll get abused. You'll get ridiculed. They'll try to throw you out like they did me because they want to go back to the status quo of losing and doing nothing. And if you try to do something, well, they get upset. But you got to fight through that, because together, if we all do this, like I'm doing here in DC, and so many of our MAGA supporters have done, Maria, all over the country, in joining their local parties for change, over a 10-year period, we have slowly begun changing the leadership in the Republican Party at the grassroots level, so that now basically this is the party of MAGA. But we still have some pockets, like here in DC, where you're going to have to fight and you're going to have to take it to them. That's why I'm confident at the end of the day, truth, clarity, transparency, and a message that resonates is going to win out. That's why I'm so confident.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. Thank you, John Fredericks, for this lovely interview. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Maria.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Barnaire, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFV Port.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Inflation at the wholesale level before it reaches consumers surged last month. Producer prices rose 6.5% from a year ago. Higher energy costs playing a big role in the increase, the largest yearly jump in more than 3.5 years. Iran's downing of a U.S. military helicopter earlier this week brings retaliation. American attacks on Iranian military targets, communications, radar, ground control stations. War Secretary Hegseth says President Trump's prime objective in all of this is close to being met.
Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, which they say they don't want. And so since we're so close to that negotiated deal, if that's the case, they should step up and do it.
President Trump providing some insight into how a lot of oil is moving through the Strait of Hormuz despite the Iranian threat.
Asked Wednesday about a report that rising gas prices had pushed consumer inflation to 4.2% in May, President Trump had a surprising response.
I love the inflation.
Suggesting prices would plunge back as soon as the Iran war ends, and then revealing,
we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil. Nobody knows it.
Secretary Pete Hegseth later telling reporters,
we've been protecting commercial shipping going through the Strait of Hormuz, as the president announced, to the tune of over 100 million barrels.
There was no immediate confirmation of that figure, which roughly equals 5 days of oil shipments before the war began. I'm Ben Thomas.
Knife attack in Belfast has triggered violent demonstrations in Northern Ireland. A Sudanese man is accused of attacking the victim, who was left partially blind. Police turned water cannons on protesters who set fires and attacked police. Wall Street Dow futures up 275 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 230. More on these stories, townhall.com.
It's finally happening. The Fed is making a change in leadership, and that could have a profound impact on the value of your retirement. When interest rates go down, the value of precious metals like gold and silver can surge. Call Advantage Gold right now at 800-900-8000 and get your free gold and silver investor guide, a $49 value plus a free copy of Ken Rogoff's insightful book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Inside, you'll get honest information about gold, silver, and other precious metals, so you can explore your options with clarity and confidence. Our specialists can help you open a new account or transfer funds from an existing IRA, tax and penalty free. Markets can turn fast, but gold has maintained its value through every cycle, often holding strong when other assets falter and when the dollar weakens. Are you positioned? Don't miss this opportunity. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000. Results may vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Almost 2 decades after a deadly bombing at a religious shrine in Thailand, 2 suspects sentenced to death following a lengthy trial.
The trial has been very strongly criticized by human rights groups, by groups like the International Commission of Jurists, not just for the extraordinarily long time it's taken, but over the way in which the 2 men on trial have been treated. They've complained of being tortured into making a confession. They retracted their confessions very early on in the trial. They've complained about the conditions they've been kept in. They've often been kept in isolation. For many years, they were kept in military custody, not in civil custody. So a lot of problems with this trial. It's now up to the judges to weigh up the evidence against them.
The BBC's Jonathan Head says that bombing killed more than 20 people, at least 120 injured. Authorities say it was revenge by a people smuggling gang, although some suspected Uyghur separatists were also involved. News and analysis, townhall.com. This weekend's UFC fight at the White House is a major undertaking, much spade work required.
President Donald Trump's UFC fight on the White House's South Lawn is requiring efforts from more than 7 federal agencies, hundreds of staff working on site daily, and about $60 million. The event is part of the 250th anniversary of America's founding and is scheduled for this weekend with 7 mixed martial arts matches Sunday. A lawsuit filed by 2 Virginia residents seeks to stop it. The agency filed a rebuff in court, noting the $60 million is coming from the UFC and affiliated groups. I'm Gethin Coolball.
When Elon Musk's rocket company SpaceX makes its debut on the U.S. stock market, It wants smaller, pocketed mom-and-pop investors play a major role in what may be the biggest IPO in history. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. I've recently noticed that the way a person drives may have a direct correlation to their personality. I'm pretty confident that most of you have witnessed this as well. We see courteous drivers. These are people who allow others to change lanes when safety permits. Courteous drivers usually use their turn signals to gesture to others their intentions. They stop at red lights and pay attention when waiting for a red light to go green. There are other drivers who are not so courteous, even aggressive, and get defensive when others try to change lanes. These drivers tend to get angry at others to the point of road rage. What does your driving signal to others? Do you show love and kindness to fellow drivers as the Lord would want you to do? Or do you lose control and take your anger out on others? We are called to be charitable to others, even when they don't extend charity to us. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
Welcome back to the John Fredericks Media Network, and we are live in Washington, D.C., and you know, it's Thursday at 9:05. It is time for D.C. Dispatch, and we're fired up. Want to welcome the new addition to our team, Ryan Hammett, our new producer in Washington, D.C. That's why you're going to get a much better show today, inspired by the one and only Terry Gilberg, who was subtly telling me, you know what, we got to get this thing a little bit sharper here. We can't have a 5-box with, coffee cups all over the place and spoons that haven't been cleaned since a week from Wednesday on camera. We can't do that. It's we're better than that. So she inspired me, and I went to Ann and I'm like, look, Terry Gilbert's been on TV, she's been radio, and she wants us to step up our game. So Ann's like, well, who's that guy you've been trying to hire for 4 years? Why don't you call him up again? I've only been trying to hire him for 4 years. Maybe he's not going to take my call. She said, yeah, he'll take it. So I called him up. He answers the phone, and here he is, Ryan Hammett. Thank you, Ryan. Thanks for joining us, Ryan. Of course. What do you think of the Ryan operation? We stole Pasqua's camera in Fairmont. We got that. We got 2 cameras. What do you think, Terry?
I think now that things are cleaned up, there won't be rats here.
I'm not sure they're cleaned up. What the first thing on my whiteboard says clean up.
The second thing on your whiteboard says, I love my cat. So that helps with rats. Cat and rat rhyme.
Okay, we're getting feedback here all of a sudden. Okay, so Ryan's got that fixed. But anyway, it's great to have you on DC Dispatch. And let's see, we've got, who do we got? We've got Terry Gilberg with us. We've got, I'm going to get this right, Maria Pickering is with us. And Maria, it's only taken me a month to finally figure your name out. Thanks, Dan, for doing that. Maria is here. Maria Pickering, longtime activist in the GOP, ran for at-large city council, became the Zoom candidate of all time. And also joining us, do we have Christine Goodlander with us? There's Christine. Christine, if you don't know her, is the vice chair of the DC GOP. And Christina Goodlander also runs my political operation here in DC, doing a super job. And she sent such a beautiful letter out the other day. Did you get the letter she sent out? In your inbox?
I get so many.
Mara did. She was just thanking you for being a donor and coming to the party.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Was that a beautiful letter?
Thank you. Yes, it was lovely.
You know what I said to her? I said, imagine if our chairman of the party could write a letter like that and send it out. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah,
it's
maybe.
Always nice to thank people. Of sending out summaries of what's going on locally. So we thank you for that as well, Christina.
Okay, good job, Christina, for that. And who else is with us, Dan? We have anybody else on? Okay, Denise Rosado is with us. Denise, thanks for joining us. Denise, candidate for DC delegate, and we don't know who her opponent will be. Likely could be Councilwoman Pinto, could be someone else. We'll see what happens after the primary, but it's all good. And we've got Jeff running for council in Ward 5 coming in at 9:35. So we're all good. Great to have you guys with us. And this segment is sponsored by Fredericks for Chairman. And don't forget, Dan, put this graphic up. It's better than looking at me. Don't forget our victory party. And Terry's fired up about it. She can't wait. We're fired up. This is going to be on June 16th. It's Tuesday night at the iconic, I guess plug this in, City Tavern. Right. And they tell me that's where George Washington went. So that'll be pretty much fun. And he's going to be there. It's in Georgetown. It's going to be a lot of fun. Tickets only $50 and great food. We're going to have an open bar. So you want to come to that. It's going to be so much fun. We're going to be celebrating change in DC. Change is coming, baby. And we got great speakers there. Morgan Griffith is going to be with us, Congressman, Treasurer, United States. Brandon Beach will be one of our speakers. And Corey Lewandowski, long-time Trump confident GOP strategist, is going to be there. He's our keynote speaker. And of course, Christina Goodlander is going to be there, and she'll be opening things up. Christina, I didn't read your show rundown, but I will over the next several days. I've been very, very busy with this baseball thing in West Virginia, but you're definitely speaking. That's all I know. So it's good to have everybody with us. So just go to MakeDCGreat.com, MakeDCGreat.com. Tickets only $50. We'd appreciate a donation. Even if you can't make it, you can buy a ticket for one of our young Republicans that we can give it to. Go to MakeDC great.com. And this message has been paid for by Fredericks for Chairman and authorized by me. It's good to have you with us. Ladies, so good to have you all here. Denise, we'll get to your campaign in a minute. I would just want to start the wide open June 16th primary. This is the first open mayor's race in 12 years. Voters are going to choose between a new mayor for the first time in 12 years after Muriel Bowser declined a fourth term. We got 7 Democrats vying. We have no Republican on the ballot. All good. There's also the first open DC House delegate seat, and we've got Denise. She's on the ballot for that. And this is basically turned into a one-party system in a one-party town, picking one-party candidates, voting citywide, and of course, anybody can vote. Here's an interesting thing, and then I'll get you guys in. So I get my ballots in the mail, right? So it's kind of fun because I have no problem with mail-in ballots. We get them, and my name's on the ballot, so Joe's there. So we get Joe to fill my name in, and take a picture, and he sends it to my sister in Florida, and she says, "Can you vote for me? Because I heard anybody in there can vote." I'm like, "Well, we don't break the law, but yeah, kind of." So we mail it in, right? Then yesterday, Goodlander, I get this really cool mailer from one of the special election at-large candidates. That was a really cool mailer. And I didn't vote for her. I voted for whoever you told me to vote for, the other guy. So I didn't vote for her. And then I get a mailer and I said, "Wow, this is a pretty good mailer, but I'd already sent in my ballot, so I threw it in the garbage." Christina Goodlander, isn't that like part of the problem? You get mailers and you get information, you've already voted?
I think this is a difficult thing because something like 80% of DC voters vote several weeks before the election, which means you don't have all the information at that point. So yeah, it's that's definitely a risk for these mail-in ballots. Which candidate was it, John, that sent the cool mailer?
Yeah, it was I can't remember her name now. It was the lady.
Melissa Silverman. She's nuts. Don't vote for her. Even if she got a cool mailer, she's a crazy socialist. Don't vote for her.
I know, but it was a good mailer. I'll give her that. It was like
it
was like a cartoon mailer. But even if I did want to vote for her, I didn't. But the mailer came after. It came after I voted. So, isn't that a waste of money?
Look, I guess this is going down to the wire, right? Because the polling has found that large numbers of DC voters are still actually undecided in the mayoral election. The special election for council probably also has a lot of undecided voters because there's not all that much difference between some of the candidates. I would say one is rather crazier than the other two, but they're all fundamentally various flavors of leftist.
Well, I tell you what, it's we don't know what's going to happen. There's no runoff. There's ranked choice voting. I know everybody thinks that Janice Louis George is going to win. I still don't. In fact, Terry, I've been seeing a lot of TV ads for Kenyon and anti-Janice, and they're pretty compelling.
And I mentioned, John, earlier this week for Axios. Axios is a media outlet. And Muriel Bowser was there. She was one of the speakers. The interviewer asked her, "Well, what about this mayoral race to lead the charge after you're out?" And she goes, "Well, there's a lot of good candidates that want me to pass the baton to them and so on and so forth." And he stopped her cold and said, "Well, what about Kenyon? Are you endorsing Kenyon?" And she kind of leaned back and said, "I don't endorse, but Kenyon would make a good mayor. Kenyon would make it, I've worked with Kenyon, Kenyon this and Kenyon that, but I don't endorse." It was a very much hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, poke, poke for Kenyon. I have changed my mind a little bit, John. I think now, although last week I said Janice, I think now I'm tipping toward Kenyon. That's what I think now. And yes, he has a lot of ads going on. And they're better ads, they're more sophisticated ads. They're more straight to the point ads. They're less emotional and I hate Trump and all that. He's just smarter. He's just more experienced. He's calmer. You know, sometimes states people and politicians. Rah, 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 rah. He's more cerebral. He's more eloquent. He's more cosmopolitan. I like what I'm seeing this week, and with ranked choice voting, I think he's going to make it.
You're coming around my way.
I am.
I really think he's going to win, and the reason I think he's going to win is just what you said. You look at the guy, and I know he's liberal, but he's not nuts.
He's not
right?
nuts. He's seasoned.
And the business community is going to rally around this guy. And look, I know there's 5 other candidates on the ballot, so we don't know the way ranked choices voting is going. But except for the crazies, I mean, you still live here, and you still got to go to school, and you got to go on Metro, and you got to do all this stuff. And I just don't see a scenario where a majority of Democrats in Washington are going to take a chance on somebody that's only campaign issue is I'm going to stop Trump and get rid of the National Guard. I mean, that's the only thing you think about of her.
Well,
Maria?
You're absolutely right. I've seen some of the ads on the early morning shows, and these people are running against Trump. They are not running for the citizens of the District of Columbia. And some more real-time feedback. I've had several friends call me recently, both Democrats and Republicans, and ask about this mayoral field. Who are these people? What do you know about them? Is anybody endorsing anybody? I said, look, you know, they are what they are. Janice is pretty far left. A lot of the other Democrats are also in the left-leaning, seriously left-leaning camp. So I think that the ranked choice scheme may actually work in favor of a better candidate than Janice, you know, somebody more conservative. Gary Goodlander is one of the Democrat candidates who's a businessman and a veteran. And again, he doesn't sound quite as radical as some of his left-wing colleagues.
What is he getting in the polls? Like 7-8%, right?
About 8. Not very
It's about
much.
8%.
Not very
but
much.
Think about it. 8%. There's not a single Gary. What's his name? Goodlander.
Good weather.
Good weather. I always get him mixed up with
Yes,
Christina.
We don't want to mix him up with Christina.
Good, if you're voting for Goodweather in the mayor's race in the nation's capital, there is zero chance your second choice is Janice Louis George. Zero.
Actually, I'm going to respectfully disagree with that, John.
Why? Why? The guy's a business guy. Why would you vote for the
system versus
cabinet?
anti-system? So there are kind of two axes that we're looking at in the dynamics of the Democratic Party in DC, right? You have the ideological axis. You have the people who are kind of pro-business or more kind of socialist progressive. You also have system versus anti-system, right? So Janice represents the anti-system, kind of the a lot of the people, there are some people in DC who think that the Bowser operation's kind of a mafia. They call it the green team. They dismiss it. They don't sort of like the way that team operates. So you might not necessarily be ideologically socialist, but you might not want to keep that kind of group in power anymore. And now look, like Bowser's has not formally endorsed Kenyon, but from the day that he filed, she's been saying good things. She's been saying, like, if you like me, you'll love Kenyon, et cetera, et cetera. It's very clear that a vote for Kenyon is a vote for the status quo among the DC Democratic Party and kind of the status quo and what's going on in the city. And I just think that there are a lot of voters who don't especially like that system. There was just a Washington Post poll that came out that said 55% of voters think DC is going in the wrong direction. So I wouldn't bank on the Bowser endorsement as necessarily a good thing for Kenyon.
I mean, do you guys believe that poll? Look at the city. I mean, it's cleaner, it's safer, it's more beautiful. There's no trash, there's no treads, there's no garbage. The carjackings are down 40%, murders are down 35%. Violent crime down 38%. Homelessness is down. What do you mean we're moving?
You have people who are not living in reality, right?
How are you moving in the wrong direction when the city, this has been the greatest urban renaissance in the history of the globe in 18 months? How are you moving in the wrong direction? It is just insanity to me that people say we're moving in the wrong direction. Well, do you want to go back to crime, rats, homelessness, needles, drugs, carjackings, can't go down the street, can't ride metro, panhandles, harassing you, can't take out your pets, can't walk your kid to school. You want to go back to that?
TDS is
What
real.
am I
Look,
missing here?
TDS is real. I posted a picture of the reflecting pool on Facebook, and a bunch of my friends from college and high school who are kind of hardcore Democrats who buy into the narrative wrote that this means that there's fascism. I said, fine. So when you guys get your turn in power again, do you want to put the rats back in DC? Do you want to put the graffiti back up? Do you want to put the trash back up? But there are people who are buying into the narrative that this isn't, that somehow it's a bad thing that we're cleaning up our nation's capital. It's a crazy mentality.
Let's get to Denise Rosado, who is a Republican running on the Republican ticket, very courageous, like some of us are, running for the delegate position, which is basically you go to Congress, you don't have a voting representation. Give us a little feel, Denise. You're knocking on doors, you're talking to people, you're in a tough race, you don't know who your opponent is until Tuesday night. What are people saying when you go out and you go to meet and greets, you talk to people? What have they been saying? No, we're not getting Denise's audio. Dan, we're not getting Denise's audio, Dan. So I'll have to get her back on in a minute. I think that's on Denise's end. I tell you what, we'll try to get Denise back on, and let's take Dan a 2-minute break so we can figure all this out. We got a new camera system in. There might be some bugs. Let's just take a 2-minute break, Dan, and we'll be right back with DC Dispatch. Stay with us.
What if you had a plan to build income outside your job? At Lifestyles Unlimited, you'll learn how people are investing in real estate to grow their income and make smarter financial choices one property at a time. Right now, join us for just $297. That's a savings of $443 off our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, you're back on DC Dispatch on the John Fredericks Media Network, live in Washington, D.C., and talking about the mayor's race. Do we have, did we ever get Denise's audio? Denise, do we have your audio now? Now, we do not have Denise's audio. Denise, we'll have to get this fixed later. Let's just talk about what Christina's saying. Like, I cannot figure this out. Christina, you were saying that, the reflecting pool, which is beautiful, like, people are complaining about it. I mean, what are they choosing to live in filth? I just don't get this.
Well,
Maria.
it's difficult to understand because President Trump has done a fabulous job. And again, we'll say thank you, Mr. President, for cleaning up our beautiful city. He's cleaned up the reflecting pool. He has cleaned up Meridian Hill Park and fountains all over town, statues all over town when people are coming here for America 250 to celebrate the 250th birthday of our wonderful country and to see all these beautiful locations, and so physically cleaning something up, just like cleaning up in your house, is the first step to making things better on many levels. Mm-hmm. But, we've come a long way, but we still have a ways to go. When I was coming downtown today, outside the metro at Tenley Circle, we had some of our unhoused neighbors sleeping on the street in front of Target. Okay, is that satisfactory? No, we don't want that. We want these people properly cared for. Our school system is still failing us in that they are not producing students who are reading and writing at grade level. We spend more than any other jurisdiction in the country per student for our public schools, and yet barely 30% of our 8th graders can do math and write and read English at grade level. And there's probably a similar story for high school. I don't have the high school statistics, but we also have not caught the perpetrator who murdered a high school student in my neighborhood, the captain of the football team at Jackson Reed High School. We don't want our children being murdered in parking lots and alleys behind the school when they ought to be participating in sports or maybe spending time in the library doing their homework. Hello.
What a novel concept.
Why are we not encouraging our students to do that or to do community service and help make the city even more beautiful and help our citizens, help people who need help. So we've come a long way under President Trump's leadership. We've got a long way to go. Somebody outside of Tenley Circle tried to accost me the other day to sign something against, they were asking me to sign some petition against President Trump. Well, they were verbally. Yeah. They said, "Oh, do you want to sign this against President Trump?" I said, "No, I frankly love President Trump. I think he's the best thing that's happened to this country since Ronald Reagan, and would that we had more of his kind at the local level. We need people who are pragmatic, who are businessmen, who are really concerned about the welfare of all of our citizens, starting with cleaning up the streets and our beautiful parks to making life better all around, including for the small business community, getting rid of some of these regulations that impede our small businessmen from getting out there doing a good job and being able to hire more people locally. So we've got a long way to go. And I think President Trump is setting a great example at the national level. And again, with all due respect to some of my local citizens here, President Trump won with a majority of the votes nationwide. So his message is a message that most Americans agree with.
Mm-hmm.
And look, he's literally saving
I
lives.
know where Goodlander's going with this, Christina. I mean, you're looking at the polls, and I get some of the Facebook, but I just can't believe that people would choose to go back to filth, squalor, crime, and a decrepit city that you can't walk down the street in,
They're
Terry.
not choosing that. They have what my father used to call the yeah-but syndrome. If we did something,
The yeah-but?
The yeah-but.
Yeah,
So dad's quarreling with his kids, and I go, yeah, but. They've got Trump derangement syndrome and the yeah, but he didn't spend the money instead in the national parks that are in the Badlands of South Dakota. Yeah, but he spent his own money and he should have spent federal dollars. Yeah, but this, yeah, but that. And you go, it's the beautiful reflecting pool. It's Meridian Hill. Yeah, but it should have been at the Badlands of South Dakota. It should have been in Great Falls, Montana. It should have been Tuskegee, Alabama. It should have been Salina County. Yeah, but they want to keep with the problem because they've sunk their heels in to being demo crazy. It's like it's imprinted in a tattoo on their forehead. And that's the side that they will, that's the hill they will die on. So this argument about constantly saying, oh, but isn't this beautiful? And what about the trash? And what about the rats? And what, look at, I mean, it's sparkling. You can go down the metro and, oh, that's steel. I mean, they must have taken the Windex to the handrails. Yeah, but, and then you got to hear the yeah, buts. I tune it out. I don't really talk about it in the street other than to say to the National Guard, the Trump thumb, and then I do the double thumbs up Trump, and they love that. And then I don't get into what the naysayers are saying.
Right.
It's the yeah but syndrome, coupled with the TDS syndrome.
Let's get because the primary is Tuesday. Obviously, we have revolving predictions here. I'm still going with Kenyon. I still think he emerges the winner because of ranked choice voting, which is really going to make me laugh my tail off because Republicans are not supposed to like ranked choice voting. I'm in favor of it in primaries 100% of the time. I'm in favor of it because I think it does not favor the extreme candidate. Okay, so that's why I'm for ranked choice voting in primaries, not in the general, which of course we have here also. All right, who's gonna be mayor? Who's gonna be the Democratic candidate for mayor? Goodlander.
Janice. Unfortunately.
All right. Terry.
I'm going with Kenyon this week. You can always change your mind. We move through time and space. It could be Janice next week. I'm going with Kenyon.
Maria.
I think it's too early to call. Again, my feedback from
we just want a prediction.
It may well be Janice because all my Democrat pals are telling me that they are being flooded with mailers from Janice and from all of these, from all these candidates.
Money, right?
Yes,
$3.5 million.
Yes.
And remember, she's also got the unions backing her, who are spending just as much money as the business community are spending on Kenyon.
That's what I think. At the end of the day, the business community and rational people rally, and they're not going to vote for the communists. I don't see it. Just because things are so much better here than they were. So I'm still optimistic. Okay, one other race, and then we'll get to another topic here. Just one other race. We couldn't get Denise's audio to work, but for the DC congressional seat, which is a non-voting seat, two candidates. My councilwoman, Brooke Pinto, I thought she'd run away with this. She's not. I don't know why. I don't understand why she's down in the polls. I can't believe it. Her ads are great. And she's a reasonable individual, but she's falling further behind in the polls. Who's going to win that one? Goodlander.
I think it's Robert White. I had thought that there would be a fighting chance for Brooke Pinto. But I saw the poll number that makes me think it'll be Robert White is that he's up double digits in Ward 6, which is one of the biggest wards. It's for those who don't live in DC. It's kind of where Capitol Hill is. It's a very key ward, and White is up, Janice is up in Ward 6, which I had thought that would be kind of a battle royale and that it would be a lot closer there. But I don't know. Ward 6 is kind of like our Pennsylvania. Like you have to win it if you want to win citywide.
It's a good point. Terry, Pinto, or Martin?
I'm going with White. I am with Christina on this. And I think that he's got strength up there on Capitol Hill, a lot of strength up there. Last week, I would have said Pinto, but where is she this week? Where is she? I don't see her. Is she doing media? Where are you, Brooke? So I am leaning like Christina toward Robert White.
Maria.
Well, I have to agree with my colleagues on the panel on this one. It sounds as though Mr. White is more reasonable. Some more citizen feedback. I think the candidate who would win would be a candidate who would propose something called the DC Fairness in Representation Act, which would exempt DC residents from federal taxes. I think that's a 80-20 issue, and I think a lot of local people could get behind that. So
I thought Pinto would make that the centerpiece of her campaign. I really did, and I think that would have been helpful. But they're just so dialed into this left-wing mob thing that's going on. They're just afraid to do anything. And sometimes, you just got to step out the box. All right, before we bring our candidate on for Ward 5, Jeff, the RFK Commander Stadium, there's a ballot fight that's going on right now. Voters here, like us, face an initiative to create a special purpose zone across the 175-acre RFK campus, prohibiting any stadium or arena built primarily for pro sports. Check this out. Homes Not Stadiums wants affordable housing in lieu of this humongous multi-billion-dollar deal that the so-called Commanders, which should be the Redskins, are getting. And this is actually on the ballot, but it's getting no play. It's getting no play. Why is it not getting? Shouldn't this be, Christina, like the biggest issue we've got?
Is it? I think that it's not. I don't think that it's actually made the ballot yet. I think that they might be trying to put it on the ballot. But look, if it does end up on the ballot, this is completely insane, right? Because DC is in a local recession right now. Our economy needs a shot of espresso, and this is exactly what the stadium would do, particularly for that part of town, which is, I used to live not far from RFK Stadium. I lived in the 8th Street corridor, and look, I just think that would be so good for that part of town, so good for our local economy. And we need to have this stadium built, rehabilitated. We need to do this.
Okay. I'm going to fix this. So I believe it's going to make the ballot in November.
I do too.
I think this is going to be the biggest fight you've ever seen. And you got people on both sides, right? You've got Christina's side and my side, which is, let's bring the Washington football team. I can't even say Commanders. Let's bring the Redskins back here.
Yes.
Let's get the multi-housing. Let's revitalize the area. Let's get football back in the district. I mean, the Nationals worked out. Let's bring that economic resurgence. Okay, taxpayers are paying for it. I get it, but that's kind of the way it is now in pro sports. But there's a lot of people that are going to vote no.
I don't think this is red meat that you think it is. I think the housing thing is late to the party. It is so in the past. They're scrambling to get something even printed to get on the ballot. That train has left the station. The stadium will be built. And to the point, housing, not stadium, or what is it? Homes, not stadium. That's their theme. Well, they never address that in the grand poobah scheme of all of this, with the plaza, that part 2 plaza part, you've got 5,000 to 6,000 units of housing, 30% of which will be for low income. Then you got hotels, then you got restaurants, then you got parks, then you've got coffee shops, then you got boutique and retail. What is not to like?
So you think it's going to pass?
Of course it's going to pass. No way is the homes going to win over the stadium. They needed to pitch this maybe a decade ago. They are so late to the party. You can't unring the bell. It is full steam ahead on the stadium. Hip, hip, hooray. And I would just add one other thing. I like the RFK. Can we say RFK Redskins?
Yes.
Can we do that?
Yes.
I mean, if Trump can go Trump and then Kennedy Center, why can't we do RFK Redskins?
Well, I tell you what, if they made the package, change the name back to the Redskins, it would pass 90 to 10.
Absolutely.
Just
and add JFK for crying out loud. Who doesn't like JFK in this town?
RFK.
Pardon me, RFK. Who doesn't like RFK in this town?
No one.
But no one said no one. Everybody loves
Especially
RFK.
now we love his son.
RFK, Redskins Stadium, 5,000 to 6,000 units for housing, 30% which goes to low income. This is a win-win for everybody.
Okay, Mario. You've been here forever.
Well, I agree. There's room in that neighborhood for both. And we have a lot of Redskins fans in the city and in the neighborhood. I think many of us would like to see the name go back to Redskins, which honors the proud heritage of Native Americans. And in that neighborhood, I think you build it and that it will come, including the housing that is needed to to support people who would be working, in all the service industries that the stadium would bring back to that neighborhood and revitalize it economically. And another good reason to relook at our regulations, specifically with regards to building, permitting, landlord-tenant relations, to make things easier for building owners and for tenants as well.
You want to be running for mayor.
We'll put you up.
We can just, Mara can just put you on the ballot. Can he do that?
No.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, I think you should do that. Okay, what would you like me to do? Right, so okay. I'm good, so I don't have to do anything. Okay, perfect. All right. So Goodlander, what do you think of this? Is it going to pass or not?
Look, it's tough to tell, but even the way that the referendums work in DC is it's a citizens advisory referendum, right? So even if this referendum passes, if Kenyon McDuffie is elected mayor, probably the stadium would still go forward because the council and the mayor don't necessarily have to actually execute on the results of the referendum. However, if Janice is elected mayor, if this referendum passes, if we have far left candidates elected to the council, because remember, we have a lot of council seats that are open, it could be dicey, which is the real risk that we have here in electing a socialist to the mayor.
All right. Is it going to pass? Yes or no, Christina Goodlander?
I think most people want the stadium.
Terry Gilbert.
It will not pass. They're late to the party. Maybe it'll make the ballot. It's a vapid issue.
When you say not pass, like this stadium,
the stadium will pass. Of course, the stadium and the Homes Not Stadium initiative, which is going to the printing press, I think, next month, will be on the ballot. It will go down in flames. There's no way they can catch up.
Maria.
I think most people want the stadium. And I think the stadium anybody who has a handle on local economics will realize that the stadium will bring the homes that people desire, especially if we get rid of some of these arcane regulations that,
and the jobs,
and the jobs. Yes.
It passes 2 to 1. There'll be some naysayers on there, but just like it passed the city council, I think they had 2 no votes. I think it passes, 72-28 or something like that. Plus, raising the money for the no vote is going to be tough. Raising the money for the yes vote, the developers are going to be coming to the table with billions of dollars flooding your mailbox. So I think.
And look, they have to get thousands of signatures if they want this petition to be on the ballot. It is a real hurdle to get an initiative on the ballot. I think. Look, it is not a done deal that this will even be on the ballot.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it makes the ballot because they do have the foot soldiers to do it. Okay, let's get to Ward 5, where we've got our candidate for Ward 5, Jeff, with us. Jeff, thank you for your patience. Let's bring Jeff in. Jeff, how do I say your last name? I want to be sure I say it right.
Kishin.
Kishin, okay. Jeff, you're running for Ward 5 City Council. First of all, our panel really wants to thank you for joining us today. And not only that, we want to thank you for stepping up to run for council in Ward 5. I know it's a very difficult thing to do. I speak from experience how hard it is. So thank you for doing that. We invite you to our victory party on June 16th. We hope you're there, and you're going to be the ballot winner there in the Republican primary. Jeff, you're going out. You're talking to people in your Ward 5. 2 things: give everybody that's not in DC just a flavor of the geography of Ward 5, and then tell us what people are saying when you're talking to them, going door to door, going to an event. Where are you? What are they saying, Jeff?
Thank you, John, and thank you, Christina, for the invitation. So Ward 5 is where the biggest Catholic basilica in the United States is located. It is maybe the biggest Catholic church in the whole planet. I have visited many churches in Italy last year. Ours is bigger and it's extremely beautiful. So we also have in our ward the monastery of the Franciscan monastery. It's a jewel as well. you should visit. We have 2 metro stations. I have 4 totem here with 3 lines, 3 colors. We have Rhode Island, no, 3. And we have also the Catholic University metro station. Also, we have the Catholic University of America campus near my house in our ward. It's as the total area is around 10 square miles. But Washington D.C. is a small one.
So when you're talking to constituents door to door, when you're talking to them on the phone, what is the feedback, Jeff, you're getting? What are they saying?
The feedback is 99% positive. They told me that the other candidates never, ever have knocked on the door, and they are happy that finally a GOP candidate is at least on the ballot. And they tell me the concerns. Believe it or not, a big concerns in my area are rats, and then crime. Rats. I mean, I don't want to go to my backyard and find 5 rats running around. I don't want it. The cables of my car were chewed by the rat, so I spent money fixing it. So this is the capital of the United States, the most powerful country in the world, and we have a rat problem. How is that possible? Imagine. And we have a $22 billion per year budget. Still we have a rat problem. How is that possible?
It's incredible. What Goodlander, I mean, you know this city better than anybody. Why? I mean, we got rats everywhere in every ward, but Ward 5 seems to be like rat heaven. It's because there's no cats there, like Sammy? What's the deal?
I don't know, Jeff. I don't know, John. I don't know. But look, we got to do something about those rats. I mean, I lived for a long time in Ward 6 in H Street Northeast. I lived across the alley from a restaurant row, and our backyard was effectively not usable because you would have people go into the alley and just throw trash. Like, the Democrats are talking about these fancy new trash cans that will somehow solve our rat problem. But if people don't actually put their trash in the trash cans, it won't solve the problem.
Oh my God, Myra, you ran for city council. I mean, we've been talking about rats here since I got here. There's a lot of things we can do. I think Bowser or somebody launched the new rat initiative. Nobody's seen a difference. I mean, I have a plan on my website. You know, basically carbon dioxide, bringing the cats. You know, also what do you call that? There's a drug now where they become, what's the word when you can't make babies?
Infertile.
The birth control rat drug. The rat birth control
They
drug.
can still do, rat humping things like they do, but they don't get any offspring. So eventually the rats, they can still make out with each other, but then there's no babies and eventually they die. I think that's the most brilliant thing. I don't know why we don't do that.
Well, Ward 5 is a wonderful ward. Since you asked about my experience running, I loved the people in Ward 5. It's a beautiful ward. In addition to what Jeff talked about, the Catholic University and the Basilica, one of the largest Catholic churches in the world, which is a pilgrimage church, not a parish church. So it's a pilgrimage church.
What's the difference?
Well, parish churches serve a local community, a local parish. A pilgrimage church. Ours is a parish church, right. Most of the Catholic churches in the Washington area are parish churches. We have a couple of basilicas. We've got a basilica, I think, in Alexandria, in other jurisdictions. But the Shrine of the Immaculate Conception is a pilgrimage church intended to draw pilgrims from all over the world. So that's a very different kind of ministry and a different kind of experience. And we also have the Franciscan Monastery, which has replicas of some of the sites in the Holy Land. I have Protestant friends who call it Disneyland for Catholics. It's beautifully done. There are beautiful gardens. Then there's also the former seminary, which is now the defunct Howard University Divinity School. Again, 26 acres just sitting unused, a waste of resources. a beautiful property that could be turned to some good use. I think, Jeff, you also have the only Costco in town in your ward. Is that not correct? And
Yes, we
Children's
have.
Hospital. So
Yes, as well.
many resources and nice neighborhoods, and St. Anselm's, the Catholic high school. So
That's beautiful.
so there are a lot
Absolutely.
of beautiful institutions there, a lot of lovely neighborhoods, good people in the ward. They deserve to have a rat-free environment. Is that a bad thing?
So Jeff, what is your
Union Market is
How do you turn
also
it
in
into
War 5, a beautiful Union Market. I have killed 5 rats myself. I'm very proud of it. But I was knocking at doors in Edmonton, beautiful neighborhood of Edmonton in War 5. The architecture is just beautiful. Just walking over there. But I knock at the door. I was having a night chat with a Washingtonian over there. I mentioned about rats. I told him my record, and his answer were, "What? Only 5? I killed 50 rats." So he's doing the job for the city and very efficient, very efficient. Rats is just a record.
How do you
I'm
kill
proud
50,
of that guy. Very proud.
Jeff, how do you kill 50 rats? How do you do that?
With a BB gun is what he told me.
I use the broom.
It might be illegal, but
yeah, screw it, right? He sits out there in his back.
Yeah, he's having fun. He's having fun.
And that's a pretty good hobby. Right?
Yeah,
Better
he
than shooting
didn't have the same problem. The rat chewing the cables on his car. So
yeah.
So how do they get? What do they go under the car and eat the cables under the car?
Yes. They can live in your engine. So be careful.
Yes.
Be careful.
Mice too. Mice like car engines. Yes. Yes.
If Jeff can be the rat killer, one of the other things, Jeff, that I saw on your bio, because we've never met, is that you handle complex budgets with complex negotiations. And I thought that was a real highlight of your bio, and one of the things that will probably propel you into office. I would like to hear more about that.
Yeah, I have just an idea. Washington, D.C. spent $320 million per year in EBT, which the city needs. That the city, many Washingtonians need that help. What about if we ask the big chains, Walmart, Costco, Giant, to buy their groceries or the wherever from Washington, D.C. itself? So if I'm able to produce in my house 50 cakes and deliver it to Walmart, and Walmart is able to sell them to a Washingtonians with the EBT, we are creating a local economy. I'm gonna be making maybe $1,000 per month. Good enough for a family. It is good enough. Right. So that is some of the ideas we could implement. I have another plan for waste to energy. We can burn our waste in Washington, D.C. The furnace costs less than $3 million. I have the plant, and produce some megawatts for our local consumption. Because right now we are shipping our trash to Philadelphia, and they're burning our trash over there. Just make energy right here.
I can't wait to see you in a debate. Do you know who's going to be your opponent? Will be there yet? Who do you think it'll be?
Well, I don't know who the Ward 5 council for Washington for my ward is, and none of the people that I have met in the street know him. Well, I know the name, but they're just being sarcastic. But
tell me you wouldn't pay to see Jeff in a debate with whoever's opponent.
I'd pay for that.
I'd pay for that.
I would pay for that.
Jeff, sell tickets to your debate. We'll all buy them. I'm going to go see your debate. I
want to learn more
about
the
rats negotiation. I killed 50. How many of you killed?
And 50 cakes would come to the debate.
Jeff, I think you're onto something.
We are running a very humble campaign. I'm happy to meet with my neighbors. So this is my most expensive flyer. We print it up. We handle every single one to every single neighbor in our Ward 5, and I'm happy with it. I mean, I'm participating at least debating with the other candidates, bringing solutions to the city. Is what we need. This is the capital of Washington, D.C., and have to be beautiful and extremely safe. I want to be able to walk on the streets of my city at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. It's what I want for the city. It's what I want for everyone.
Jeff, couple things. Number one, you did great. Number two, we want to see you at our party on June 16th. You got to come, and we'll give you a little time. And absolutely fantastic. You need to sell tickets to your debate. Terry and I will buy one. We'll buy the front row. So we want to see that. Jeff, people want to follow your campaign. They want to donate to you. Where do they go?
JeffWard5.com. Jeff Ward 5.
JEFF. Oh, I like that. Even that website's easy, right? Yes. JeffWard5.com. JeffWard5.com. And listen, folks, thanks for joining us, DC Dispatch. And this is my most fun thing I do all week. I got to be honest. It is so much fun. And part of the reasons I love doing this is because what an opportunity to bring on Jeff Keenan here running for Ward 5 Council, right? He doesn't really have a lot of money, can't get any media exposure, but he's bringing all these fresh ideas. He's got energy and the ability that we have to be able to showcase somebody like Jeff and give him an opportunity to talk to voters and just talk to people nationally and get us on the map. And like, we are a party, we are viable. You know, we can get votes. We do have ideas. We don't have to get kicked to the curb, kicked to the teeth, be dismissed, and walk around with 5% of the vote and go to meetings with badges on that say chairman, and you're getting 5%. Change is coming, baby. And Jeff,
change is coming. Change is coming, and I'm very, very, very happy to participate in this election. And so America is the greatest country in the whole planet. I'm an immigrant. I talk with an accent. Still, America and Washington D.C. is giving me the chance to represent someone. So I'm very happy for it. This is a great experience. America is the greatest country in the world. Don't forget that. It's from an immigrant. An immigrant is telling you this is the best country. So let's keep it that way. And Washington, D.C. have to be the safest city in the whole planet, not the country, planet, and the most beautiful. That's my goal.
Change is coming.
Change
Jeff,
is coming.
thank you for being with us. I want to thank our panel. I want to give special thanks always to my political director and the vice chair of the DC GOP, Christina Goodlander. Christina, thanks for all you do. You're doing a super job.
Thank you,
boy, someday, wouldn't it be great to have a chairman like Christina? I'm just saying, wouldn't that be great? I think it would be. I think it would be fantastic. I'm just saying. I'm just asking for a friend.
Change is coming.
Change is coming, baby. Hey, go to makedcgreat.com. Makedcgreat.com. Also want to thank Terry Gilberg for inspiring us to actually hire Ryan and get a professional studio going here when there's more than two people in. Also clean up my desk.
At least there's no rats in here, folks.
No, I'm going to get to cleaning up that soon.
Great.
The next couple months. And Maria, thank you, Maria Pickering, for being with us. And we're going to see you guys next week. Hopefully I'll be broadcasting from Omaha. So you guys can come here live. Ryan will take care of you. I'll be in Omaha. We will see you next week. Michael Patrick Leahy next. Thanks for being on